everybody. We hope you made the most of what felt like a very, very quick lunch break here at Silverstone. But the sun is shining, the temperatures are rising, so make sure you stay hydrated and look after yourselves. But we're about to get our second race of the day underway. Chaz Draycott here in the box at Woodcote. We've got the wonderful Adam Weller over at Beckett's. How's it looking over there, Adam?
Well, pristine sunshine, and certainly it doesn't look like that's going to change for a majority of the weekend, so we can look for some good weather, and this afternoon some good racing, more of a sprint tilt before we get into the big old 24.
Yes, indeed, and of course we have the fantastic Alan Hyde joining us as well down in the pit lane.
I was listening to the radio lunchtime and I caught the 1 o'clock news, and they said today is going to be the warmest day of the year so far.
Oh no.
Now, hang on. That doesn't take much, does it? Not really.
Yeah, so it's going to be 10 degrees. Well, it's about to get very, very warm and very spicy out on track because there's an absolute sea of Caterhams coming towards the grid to now line up before us and get their first race of the day underway. Of course, we have the two different Caterham races and basically different groups. We've got the Sigma 150s and Max 5 Racing Championship at this point, which will have the MX-5s and other Mazdas tagging on, and then not long after this we'll have the Sigmax and Sigma 135 machines taking to the track as well. But the grid for race 1 is as follows. We have the number 125, sorry, wrong side of the grid, Jamie Winrow on pole position in the number 46, Jason McCormack alongside him in the 125. Then it's Jamie Elwood.
Now, I'll be completely honest, I got confused with these grids on the TSL website because there were different grids for under the heading of Max 5 and Caterhams as well that did have the pole position on alternate sides of the track.
Oh, heck.
So I haven't got to the bottom of it, so we'll pretend we never noticed.
Yes,
and
yeah, basically.
We'll crack on with the piece of paper in front of you.
Yeah, no, definitely will. Well, we have Harry Kramer on the second row of the grid, then it's Benjamin Lopez Appleton in 5th in the 55 car, ahead of David Yates in the 114. Tim Child and Andrew Perry line up on row 4, and then we have James de Lusignan in the 102 in 9th place, and Jim Earlham in the number 3, rounding out your top 10. We have, in this race, a 48-car grid. We will have a 20-second delay from the Caterhams to the Max 5 cars, so Ian Loversage and Sam Hicks leading that grid away will be 20 seconds later. There is a physical gap on the grid as well. We're just getting all of the cars lined up. I think the 555 and the 31... No, they seem to be in the right place on the grid, but there's a bit of pointing and umming and ahhing going on at the back of the grid here. I think they potentially might think they're in the wrong place. So it looks like the green flag is about to be waved in a moment or so. Or, in typical commentator fashion, I am mistaken. But it's an absolutely enormous grid. We've got a car sideways on the grid, which is an effort in itself. That's the number 17 machine in the middle of the field, Andrew Hughes. And the car's bright green anyway, so it draws attention to itself in more ways than one. At the moment, I think maybe he's just gone to the wrong side because they're doing a staggered grid. As they go for their green flag lap, it doesn't really matter too much at this point in time, but...
Like I say, it was confusing.
Yeah.
So basically, if you clicked on the Max 5 grid, it was the other way round to the Caterham grid. It's still with the same cars, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Well,
so I got confused.
But what they're doing here, rather than doing one by one alternating in where they are on the grid, they're doing rows of 2 that then go from the left to the right and so on the grid here. So good old staggered formation. It looks absolutely brilliant though. It makes the grid look even more full, and from the cameras down at turn 1 makes them look like they're 4 wide off the start, as I'm sure you probably don't know where to look right now, Adam, with the amount of them that are coming past you.
Yes, they just keep on coming. I haven't even got to the Mazdas getting past me yet. There they are, finally, yes. So there will be a little bit of a gap between the two starts. The first 34 cars will take off 20 seconds before the Mazdas. The Caterhams get a bit of a head start Ian Loversage won't have the immediate issue of any slow-moving Caterhams in his quest to take honours in the Max 5 Championship.
Yeah, that's very true. They still have to consider the pace difference as well when those cars come past them, so it's going to be certainly an intriguing one for them. It's a 25-minute race, this one, so we do have quite the time for things to change, but obviously with a longer lap here, it may take a bit more time than expected for the Caterhams to catch the back of the Max 5s. But then again, this is motorsport, and you never know. Track conditions looking good though, it's nice and hot, and everything is nice and clear. The sky looking very good at the moment, which is a bit of a turn for what we'd normally expect on a bank holiday weekend.
I think, I'm not sure whom has it the most difficult heading into this race, whether it's us as commentators, the live stream, I suppose TV directors that are broadcasting this live on the BARC YouTube channel, or the spectators in the stands and on the banks, because if there are two categories to share a grid, the Mazdas and the Caterhams, they're both going to be just as action-packed as one another, and figuring out which battle to follow at any given moment is going to be a challenge.
Oh yeah, it's a complete guessing game, I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be a few moments in this race where none of us know where to look, so apologies in advance. Because honestly, if you had our jobs, you'd probably understand the same, really. It's crazy. But the times in qualifying were very, very close in the mid-pack of this field. Barely a second covering 11th to
deep into the 20s.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I was just checking the times on the printout that I've got here on the grid. There's just so many close times together, it's wonderful, it really is. And of course now, it's not just down to lap time here, it's physical track position, because this is the race itself. So all of the slipstreaming, as you call it, or the musical chairs, it will ensue very quickly.
Absolutely, so a good battle expected among the Mark 4s, Mark 3s, Mark 1s, MX-5, and then the Sigma 150 Caterham category as well. It will be the Caterhams that to launch off the line first, and a good range of drivers there in those first few rows of the grid. Jamie Winrow, Jason McCormack, Benjamin Lopez-Appleton, all drivers who I've seen get their elbows out plenty of times previous, and I expect nothing less from them on this occasion.
Yes, indeed, we're going to have a real belter of a first few opening laps if the rest of the race doesn't follow suit. So it's always exciting stuff with the Caterhams, hence why we're building it up so much, to be fair, because it's perfectly justified. When they all get going, you will see what we mean. If you haven't seen Caterham racing before, trust me, you're going to think you've never seen anything like it. It's very much one of a kind, as are the cars, you know, and just the overall way that the racing works. It's just epic stuff, really epic stuff.
You'd have been hard pressed to see much live Caterham racing on television in years past as well. That's one of the beauties of especially BARC, who are live streaming practically everything they're running this year. It's so good for the spectators who can't, or maybe don't yet want to come back into the paddocks and the spectator banks themselves. Yeah,
that's it. You have to be comfortable with your surroundings, and you know, certain that you want to get back into the environment, because not everybody is confident at the moment being back amongst crowds and other people, which is perfectly fine. You know, it's all in good stead to take precautions. But we have the last few cars now lining up on the grid. The green flag is waved at the back, and we're going to get our second race of the day underway. The lights come on then on the gantry, and they're very quickly out and away. The Caterhams dart off the line like a bunch of fleas. All of them right together as they get down towards turn one. It looks like we've had a big change for the lead. I think McCormack might have actually taken that. The MX-5s at the back just waiting for the flag to be dropped now, and they're away, and they're with you, Adam.
Yes, Caterham's already with me, and it's the number 2 car of Jamie Elwood that leads the way here as they go through Maggots Beckett's for the first time. He's got a couple of, well, no, not quite a couple of car lengths, because sliding back up the inside there, I believe, is McCormack as they go down the Hanger Straight side by side. The Caterhams disappear out of my view now, and here come the Mark 4, Mark 3 and Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, some RX-8s and Mazda 2s in amongst it as well, and it is the number 2 car that leads the way. The number 2 car isn't on my screen. green, which means it might not be the number 2. I think
No,
it might be the
Jamie Elwood, I think it is. He did the fastest sectors in...
number 2 Mazda, so I think that's actually the number
apologies.
12 of John Halliwell,
Okay.
potentially, that's gotten through the order there, but there's certainly a very big 2. Maybe he's just put a rather undersized 1
I noticed
next
that.
to it.
I noticed that the number 41.
Yes, there are
Caterham
a
at the
few.
back.
There are a few who've had to adjust their numbers because of the combined grid. But the Mazdas rather more sedate through the opening corners than the Caterhams. And we are just awaiting the Caterhams now through farm, and here they come, all line astern. There's about 15 cars in the lead train. In true Caterham fashion, we'll count you the numbers as they come past. There's a dive up the inside. The number 125 goes back past the 2. So McCormack only briefly losing the lead somewhere out around the wing. Comes back out onto the Wellington straight now, and indeed, yes, it is the 125 in the lead from the 2, from the 113 of Andrew Perry, who started all the way down in 8th place and is already up to P3 out there as they head towards you at the end of the Wellington straight, Jazz.
Fantastic stuff from Perry on this opening lap then. That's really strong stuff, but the thing is, you can start the lap here in 10th place and be leading it by the end of it. You can see them now. Everybody that's down at Luffield will be thinking, flipping heck, are they always this close together? Yes, they are. They've got a little duo just breaking away at the front, which of course is McCormack, and I believe it is still Elwood going with him, but the whole field right together, and it is indeed the 2 that's with him. For 3rd place though, it's the 55 and the 113 swapping places, going through there as well. I believe was potentially the 121 of Kramer getting involved in that fight as well. He's managed to make a place, but that's only through cops. You never know what can happen at the rest of the lap, Adam.
Absolutely. In my experience, every time we get to a corner, there's a new leader, and it's side by side for the lead as they go through Maggots Beckett's. It's number 2 of Elwood back into the lead. The 155. Just the 55 up there into 3rd place. So Benjamin Lopez Appleton has managed to get into 3rd place for the time being. Once again, the entire grid cleanly through Maggots Beckett's. Meanwhile, it is the number 12 of John Halliwell that leads among the Mazdas from the 86 of Benjamin Greenhill. They just come up towards me here at Maggots Beckett's now, and already that number 12 car in the hands of Halliwell is getting quite a gap, a good couple of seconds over the 86. Then the battle for 2nd among the Mazdas, back down to 6th. Is all line astern. Back to the Caterhams then, that should just be coming out through farm again in just a couple of seconds, and we'll see how much it has changed. There's the small matter of the Hanger Straight and Stowe, which is one of the better places for overtaking manoeuvres in the Caterham category. Here come the top 2 now, who are breaking away somewhat. Some dust being kicked up this time by as they go through farm. Let's take a look as they go through the complex. It's the 125 still in the lead from the number 2. It seems to be, in the early going at least, McCormack versus Elwood that is the story of the race, but leading the charge at the moment from 3rd down to somewhere in the top dozen. Now, it's actually side by side for 3rd place, I should correct myself. It's Lopez Appleton and Perry side by side for 3rd position, and a move to the outside from Elwood on McCormack as they head to Brooklands.
Absolutely non-stop stuff once again. One of the guys that really didn't have a good first lap was Witten in the 112 machine. That's Andrew Witten. He dropped 11 places, but you're right, the lead 2 definitely making this a 2-horse race at the moment. They've certainly got a gap over the rest of the pack, and if they continue fighting behind, it will stay that way. McCormack now, big slipstream from Elwood as he goes down the inside. Then it's the 55 still in 3rd place, Lopez Appleton, then everybody else queuing up behind, but it looks to me like Elwood has got it done, and he has, even before the braking zone at Copse. So wonderful stuff, very good commitment, but everybody else there just jostling for position. There's the odd 1 or 2 places gained here and there, and that's common stuff in Caterham racing, because you never know where you're going to end up. Now, further down, in terms of the Mazdas, it is still Halliwell. He's actually got quite the gap now over Greenhill and Loversige. I think they're still the same way around, but there's a train of 5, but they are some 3 seconds off your class leader at the moment in the number 12. Like you say, there is a very thin number 1 on that. One of them's run wide at Luffield. That's the Mark III MX-5, the 86 machine. So that is actually Greenhill that's dropped down a little bit. He's lost places to Rodison and Hicks on that lap. He's still ahead of Lovasage, who's also dropped down. So both of them having a bit of a clumsy lap, you could say.
Absolutely, and the X factor potentially for the rest of the pack versus Halliwell is the fact that Halliwell certainly doesn't have 20 seconds between himself and the slower of the 150s at this stage. Give it 3 or 4 laps and he is going to have to pick off Caterham's, but of course these cars, even though they're both lightweight sports cars, they do have different strengths and weaknesses, and so even though the number 12 is currently clear in the max 5s, that could all change once they get in amongst it. Looks like there's been yet another change of position. They're perpetually side by side through Abbey and Farm as they come back into my line of sight. It is the 125 of McCormack in the lead from Elwood. I believe we have a new car leading the train from 3rd through 5th, who are themselves starting to break away from 6th place down. In 3rd place now is the 114 of Yates. So David Yates, who started in 6th place, has been making good progress. He's up there in 3rd place. They are just starting to string out here, Chaz, on the 3rd lap of the race.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of spread, but what they tend to do is they move apart in like battle packs, don't they? They sort of group together and then separate. So even though you do get 3 or 4 cars that do end up on their own, they're still very close together. Still the lead duo though, McCormack now in front of Elwood once again. They come to cross the line. This time McCormack defends the inside, Elwood goes to the outside. Just behind it still Lopez Appleton ahead of Yates. They cross the line once again. They've still got Perry in there with them. Then we've got Winrow, Polsetter, Kramer, Christie, Perry, Child, Delusignan rounding out your top 10. 3 places gained on that lap for the number 66 car of Barry White. No, not the Barry White, but he's literally driving around at the moment saying, let's get it on. And he's absolutely flying. That
would be amazing if Barry White also raced a car.
Oh, can you imagine him over the team radio? It'd be phenomenal.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, exactly. He can absolutely do the job. Now, in the Mazdas, though, Halliwell, very considerable lead at the moment, actually, hasn't he, Adam? He's absolutely on it.
Yes, Halliwell making great strides at the head of the Mazda 5 or Max 5 pack. Gap between the first place car and the second, we'll see it in a minute in terms of the Max 5s. It's it's only 4.7 because Rodison has started to find some pace, actually gained a 10th back this time by, so maybe, just maybe, in 16 minutes and 20 seconds time, it might be a little closer there in the Max 5s, but certainly for now, Halliwell has control over the speed.
Yeah, definitely. He's just managing the race to his own potential at the moment. The RX-8 has just gone flying past me with Ben Taylor at the wheel in the 184. Wonderful rotary engine car. Sounded very good indeed. Very small engines in the rotary cars, but they do sound absolutely wonderful. They usually rev very high indeed, as they famously did in the Mazda 787B and 767Bs. Also got the Mazda 2 coming past me now, which is the 25 car. It's Andrew Stacey at the wheel. He's in a bit of no man's land at the minute, but the Caterhams will be on these guys a bit sooner than expected, I'd say.
Yes, absolutely. I think maybe give it 3 more laps, maybe even 2 more laps, and we could have it. We do have quite a lot of debris just down. Don't see whom shed a wheel arch, but there is a wheel arch down on the Wellington straight. Other drivers are picking it up as they go down the straight, and I fear at the very least that's going to have to be controlled under a yellow, but with cars spread across this Grand Prix circuit, it may have to be a little bit more than just a local yellow.
McCormack's actually spread his lead out quite nicely now at the front. There is a car on its way into the pits. I'm wondering whether that is the offender that has lost a wheel arch, the number 113. It looks like it's come off the right rear. Can you see anything from down there, Alan?
On my way.
There we go. We'll hear from that as it goes. I'll keep an eye out meanwhile as they come past my commentary position here at Maggots Beckett's for any cars with signs of damage. Yes, there is one, and rather significantly, the 129 car of Child, which was 8th place across the line. His right front wheel arch is flapping around in the breeze with aplomb. Unfortunately, rather rather separated from where it's supposed to be, so certainly there was some contact there, and it's so easily done, especially in the slipstream. If you get a good run onto the Wellington straight, before you know it, sometimes you can be a little bit too close for comfort with the car directly ahead of you.
Yeah, very true indeed. And you know, despite these Caterhams being effectively closed wheel arches, you know, they still do have some of the open wheel traits, don't they, when it's wheel-to-wheel contact, like you'd see in
Where
maybe
is this car of which you speak?
it did come into the pit lane, a black one. The 113 might have gone all the way through, you know.
There's nothing in the pit lane. I was at the back. I was having a chat with someone at the back of the garages, but I've got nothing in the pit lane as far as I'm concerned.
It's a big shame for Andrew Perry. Started 8th, was 3rd place towards the end of the first lap, and now finds himself heading back to paddock. Meanwhile, just coming into the loop and back towards the Wellington straight, the top of the Caterham order, well in amongst now the MX-5s, the back end of the MX-5s and the Mazda 2s, so the traffic is now going to play its part. The numbers 2 and 125 go either side of one of the Mazda's 2s. That's of course the battle for the lead, and then 3rd place through about 7th are in a pack as well. The local yellows seemingly have been withdrawn from the Wellington straight. The debris still very clearly there, visibly there, but with the pack having gone through once, I suppose, and it is offline, so I suppose it will just about be okay to keep this race going.
Now it looks to me like Elwood has taken the lead back off McCormack. He has. He's in front of him now as they come out of Luffield. They're all getting very close to one of the MX-5s as they go through. It's Lopez Appleton then behind, ahead of Yates, and then just behind him Kramer is just there, although Elwood hasn't been picked up by the timing beam by the look of it for some reason, so I'm not sure what's gone on there. There's a big 6-car train in the middle of the field headed up by the number 22 car just going past me. That's Buckley in 28th place. It seems like there is a bit of a delay on the timing. I'm not surprised though with the amount of cars that it's got to deal with right now, because there is an absolute plethora of them. But Buckley's got a real train behind him. He's actually gained 2 places on that last lap to get there, with Johnson in the number 45 just behind gaining 3. But Elwood is now confirmed at the top of the charts.
It's an excellent sight as the Caterham pack now starts to dispatch the back end of the Max 5s. Watching the Caterhams dance around them through Maggotts and Beckett's is absolutely fascinating viewing. As the top 2, Elwood and McCormack, came back past my commentary position here for the first time. Of course, they come past me at Maggotts Beckett's, and then they come back past me as they go onto the Wellington straight. It was Elwood ahead at the line, but by the time they reached me at Maggotts Beckett's, McCormack had got back past. They are trading places, much like you may have traded cards in your secondary school days. They are proper line astern, if not side by side, at pretty much all times. I'm sure by the time they got to the end of the Hanger Straight, it had changed once again. They are side by side as they come through Farm and towards me, but it is still the number 2, in fact. It is Elwood again who is into the lead in this battle. It's constantly chopping and changing. They come out onto the approach of the Wellington straight. Now, what kind of run does McCormack have? Doesn't look like it's exceptional, but the rather undrag efficient shape of the Caterham does mean that if you're within a few tenths, you'll be right there by the time you're at the end of the straight. And as they approach Brooklands, I fear it's side by side for the lead.
Have to wait till they come into view. We've got the wonderful BRDC clubhouse in front, and Elwood is just in front now. But they've got this really comprehensive gap, especially in Caterham terms. They've got a very, very big gap behind them to the other 3 cars inside the top 5. They're having their own little ding-dong as well, to be fair. And Lopez Appleton has been holding on really well at the front of that. But it's the number 2 of Elwood, ahead of the number 125 of McCormack. Lopez Appleton actually just getting back in front now of Yates. Kramer's still got the best seat in the house for that one. 6th place is still Winrow. He's very much on his own. And then behind him, there's a fantastic battle between Christie and Child as well. Although, again, Elwood's transponder still not picking him up straight away. So he's dropping down the order for anyone watching on TSL. But this is just awesome stuff. There's another duel just going on in front of me here. The 56 and the 17. That's Hughes and Wells right together across the line. There's nothing subtle about Hughes' car. The bright green thing, like I said before, he was sideways on the grid, so he was properly drawing attention to himself in multiple ways. But now they're going through the Mazda traffic, Adam, it's a little bit harder to pick them out. There's actually, sorry, just to interrupt myself and yourself, there's a car in pit lane now with a wheel arch that is very much in the high downforce position.
Yes, that was the number 142 car. I saw that come past my position. Worth noting, the Max 5 battle, just coming towards Brooklands now, firmly caught up, has been John Halliwell. He has got company in the battle for the lead in the Max 5s.
Great stuff from all of them at the moment. They've just come past, actually, I would say they've come past me, they're just coming past me now. And you're right, Rodison was at the back of the field when they lined up on the grid, but he's now ahead of the number 12 machine, John Halliwell, so fantastic stuff.
Very simple with mudguard on a Caterham. You rip it off and send him on his way, and that's exactly what's happened.
There you go.
Alan's got to witness engineering at its finest down there.
It's perfect.
And I'm witnessing a great dice now as they head towards Maggots Beckett's. It's side by side for the Mazda lead. The 555 holds on to the lead, so Paul Rodison from the back holds on to the lead, but he's got a lot of company in the form of John Halliwell. Halliwell's looking to try and set himself up for a good slingshot out of Beckett and down the Hanger Straight. We'll see how that one plays out in just a few moments. Meanwhile, the Caterham leaders already headed down the Wellington Straight and back towards Chaz on the main straight. The top two still fairly far separated from the battle for the podium. Battle for the podium looking fairly equidistant. No one quite able to find a way by the other yet.
Yeah, they do just keep sort of trading blows at the moment. Now that 3-car train behind them that I mentioned earlier is now a 4-car fight, so they've got the full barbershop quartet going on. There's a little bit of argy-bargy, almost wheel arch to wheel arch down the straight. That's the 55 and the 114 once again swapping places. Kramer is in there just watching as Winrow has actually got in front of him on that previous lap. We've got the 129, as you mentioned before, with the arch flapping in the wind, very elegantly so, on the bright green car. And then just coming into my sight now is another, I believe, 8-car train of Caterham's. Honestly, like I said before, it's like someone kicks a beehive with these things and they all just come out to play. It's the 112 leading the way in that battle, which is Whittam.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry, someone's just moved over on him on the straight as well. Puts him on the grass slightly as they go down what they call the Heritage Straight here now. That was a scary, scary moment. Manages to save it. Luckily, the awareness was there and he managed to move out the way quickly enough. But wow, that was a bit of a twitchy bum time there.
Absolutely. 555 and 12 come past my commentary position once again. So the battle for the Mazda lead between Halliwell and Rodison just coming towards you, and I think Halliwell may be looking to the inside of Rodison as they approach Brooklands. Just able to see from my position who comes out ahead. Am I? Can't quite see from this range, but great battling in the Max 5s. As we predicted, battles in both categories.
Yeah, just watching the Caterhams go through club now. So many of them side by side, banging wheels as they go from left to right. And the weight transfer of the car really settles them down for the battle in the for the lead in the Max 5s. You're right, they are right together here. We've got Rodison defending the inside from Halliwell. He's managed to do that just right through there. As I mentioned earlier in the day, I won a sim race here in an MX-5 once, and it's such a hard circuit to defend that, especially with the slipstream. But obviously they're doing it for real, and I wasn't.
We have a Mazda 2 fully sideways coming to a halt at Beckett's. It's had a bit of a moment there, to say the very least of it. Gets back underway now under its own power, but it's rather curtailed the advances of the number 12 of John Halliwell. So Halliwell had to back out of a potential run on Paul Rodison on the approach to Maggots and Beckett's. So traffic just starting to play its part in various different ways. I believe the Caterham lead battle should be back with you.
They are indeed. Nice judgment. As they come through Woodcote then, Elwood still leads the way. We've got just over 5 minutes of this race left to go, so a couple of laps still in the books. They've got a bit of a gap back. There's one of the MX-5s getting in the way of is that the 129 car? It is. Sort of waving his wheel arch at him, sort of like a waved fist in anger, like, get out of the way, sunshine. As they all try and negotiate, they're doing what's called a zonta as they're going either side of him, much like Hakkinen did on Schumacher in the Belgian Grand Prix many, many moons ago. A very famous manoeuvre that we all know and love. But there's just so many of them. As we said before, Adam, when they were just on their green flag lap, you just don't know where to look. They just keep on coming.
At the moment, I think one of the ideal places to look is that battle for third place, the 114 and the 55 at pretty much dead even at the moment. The 114, of course, of Yates has got back past Lopez Appleton since they last crossed the line, but they're having an absolutely great fight, and they've got two others in the form of Winrow and Kramer right there behind them. Should they make any form of slip up or get too into their battle. Winrow, in fact, in 5th place in the 46 car, of course, started on pole position and actually has the fastest lap of the race to his name. So unfortunately, even though he's been going very quickly both in this race and in quali, he hasn't been able to really string that one lap pace into a podium finishing position as of yet, but he's not too far away. We'll see how the fortunes reverse. They come back into my line of sight now at Farm, the top two, and it is still Elwood from McCormack. McCormack just has a speculative look to the inside, but nothing can be done there as they head through the loop. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Lopez Appleton now, I believe, into 3rd place. Yes, it is. And then I think the 121 of Kramer has got into 4th place and is being harangued by Yates in the 114 directly behind. So unfortunately the 46 of Jamie Winrow has been demoted a place on that lap. He's down to 6th.
It's not going too well for Winrow. Starting from pole position, you've got all hopes and all positive thoughts going forward, but nobody can touch these top two at the moment. You usually see that when a battle starts out front, they just go backwards completely into any other battles that develop behind them, but they've just got nothing at the moment for these two at the front. But still, it is Elwood really flying in the fluoro orange coloured roll cage machine.
We have an excellent battle as well further back in the Mazdas for 3rd through 6th, I believe it is, in the Max 5 order. Everyone from Hicks in 37 through to the 45 of Shipley within, I want to say about 2 seconds. They're having an absolute corker of a battle for 3rd and 4th in Class A, and of course Greenhill, the interloper there in the Class B, the Mark III NX5. So great to see that battle also going on further down the order in the Max 5s. They've often struggled for numbers in the last couple of years, but still absolutely excellent racing every time I see the Max 5s. With the combination of them and the Sigmas, it has been very exciting to keep in touch with this racing. Speaking of the Max 5s, the top two leading towards me now, under braking into the arena section. Great to see these Mark 4s in particular. Every time they go under braking, because they have the ABS, they actually flash their emergency lights, such is how standard they are. The systems are yelling at them saying no, 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 no,
oh, yeah.
And the drivers are saying yes. And it is again line astern down the, as you say now, the Heritage, the Wellington Straight, and I think going to the outside there was Halliwell. Halliwell maybe looking to the outside of Brooklands. It's been done before, many a time.
Oh, not quite this time. He tries to get a cutback as they go into Luffield, but Rodison doing a great job at defending, just putting the car where he needs it at the moment. We had a little spin for Jonathan Ems in the 83 car on that previous lap, just coming out of Luffield, but he's managed to continue with no visible damage or any issues with the car, but it's still Rodison leading the way. We've got less than a minute to go now, so as the leaders make their way round, I think we'll get one more lap after this one, Adam.
Yes, absolutely. The leaders already heading down Wellington Straight and towards Brooklands, so they'll break the timing, being in time to do one last lap, and that's going to be good news for everyone embroiled in that battle for 3rd place, except for the person in 3rd place, potentially, the hottest of hot seats. Just to again switch focus back to the Mazdas very quickly, Loversage on that lap dropped down from 4th to 6th in the Max 5 order, so Loversage has been rather demoted. Don't forget he was the pole sitter, so he's gone from 1st to 6th in the course of this race. It's been a tricky time for him. Last lap of the day then last lap of this race I should say, for the Caterhams, as I believe they'll be coming back into my view soon. Will we see McCormack or Elwood on the top step?
It's anybody's guess at this point. It could go either way. You never know, actually. McCormack might be playing the mind games here and just waiting for the final lap. You don't want to be the lead car going on to the final lap in something as sensitive to slipstream as this, do you? You need to be the guy that's got the advantage. He could just hold back until the Wellington Straight, make sure he's got it nailed for Brooklands, and then go from there. The timer has hit 0, so they should be with you any second now, mate.
Oh, they're already on the run down through the Hanger Straight and towards Stowe. It is Elwood still in the lead as they went out of my line of sight, and I believe that is still the case just as they head through Stowe, but it is very close indeed. I think McCormack actually may have snuck through on the slipstream down at the Hanger Straight. The battle for third also still under hot contest. Lopez Appleton, third place across the line and third place going through Maggotts Beckett, and sure enough, it was a move for the lead by McCormack on the approach to Stowe Corner. I can just see that on the live stream, albeit a little bit delayed, courtesy of the live delay on YouTube. So there was a move there just approaching Stowe. So we'll see how that turns out as they go through Farm back into my view, and it is still McCormack in the lead of the race. But does Elwood dive to the inside under braking? No, he does not. Bides his time, and with good reason, because if he's right on the back of McCormack as they head down the Wellington Straight, it could well fall back into Elwood's favour. He gets a good run out of the loop. They've got one car for company. It's the 11, and just avoiding the back of the 11. They're going left, right. They're having to avoid those panels that I discussed being down there earlier on. Elwood looks to the outside line as they come back towards you. I think it'll be side by side on the last lap.
McCormack's gone really deep into Brooklands. I'm not sure whether there was contact, but the two of them have gone very, very far off the road, and it is Elwood that has come out of it on top. He goes through Luffield with about 5-6 car lengths in his favour, and he's going around the final corner now at Woodcote. He's going to go past the number 31 MX5, which won't have to do another lap, but it's Elwood that takes the checkered flag from McCormack. What a fantastic battle between them. Who's going to take the final podium spot? Is it Lopez Appleton? It is. Brilliant stuff from the 55. Manages to stay ahead of the likes of Yates, Kramer and Winrow as well. They're side by side across the line, the 167 and the 102. That's Christie and De Lusignan. And De Lusignan was losing that battle, unfortunately. Didn't get the win out of those pair, at least in that one, but again, fantastic battle packs all the same. Round the final corner now comes Neil Shaw in the 333 Mazda 2, and he's suddenly got this absolute army of Caterhams about to swarm him at the line. It's a horrible sight from here. I've got the Mazda coming right towards me, and then all of them just fanning out gradually behind him there, 2 by 2 across the line. It's the 17 and the 27. It goes the way of the 17 for 19th position there over Savage, who rounds out your top 20. Another slightly close battle there, 85 and 45, which is Johnson and Loughlin. Loughlin gets ahead actually, and Buckley drops behind the pair of them in the 22 on that final lap.
So just to pick up on the Mazdas that are still the leading of the Mazdas didn't get lapped, so they're still in the midst of their race. The top two have rather fanned out a little bit here. The 555 of Paul Roddison has a comfortable advantage over the number 12, so it should, in theory, be Roddison just ahead of John Halliwell. The battle for third place, however, is much less secure. They come towards me here at the loop for the final time, and there's still potential for some switcheroos. Hicks in the 37, Greenhill in the 86. They've got a Caterham for company as well, which may stifle the run just slightly of Hicks in the 37 for the final rostrum space in the overall Max 5 category. I think that Greenhill in the 86 is just a step too far back to challenge for third into Brooklands, but there is traffic in the way as well that could yet cause a change of place.
Roddison manages to take the win in the Max 5 category. He finishes behind Benfield on the road, who was the Caterham between them, but Halliwell is second. But like you say, it's now down to whether Hicks or Lovasic can beat one another to the line, and it's very, very close indeed. But it is going to be Hicks literally getting a push as they went to the line there from Lovasic. But of course, Greenhill between them wins his category as well, which is the it was Greenhill. It was Battleman. Apologies, I've messed that up there. But it's the B class victory for Greenhill. B class being made up of the Mark III Mazda MX-5s, but what a very, very lively race there, Adam. Again, we didn't really know where to look with all the lap traffic and everything. There's a lot to look at, but smashing stuff from everybody there. Really good driving standards as well.
Absolutely great stuff, but the nature of this, the length of this circuit and the gap between the two lead battles in the respective championships, I believe, means that it won't be too long before Alan is joined by the winners down in pit lane. But yes, brilliant racing.
I'm assured we'll get 6 drivers, so top 3 in 150s, Sigma 150s, and top 3 in Max 5. I'm not sure that's in practice what we'll get, but certainly we'll have enough drivers to share out and an interview between the live stream and here at Silverstone as well.
Wonderful stuff. That is our second race of the day. The next race will be the Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigmax and Sigmax 135 cars, but that was awesome stuff. Really awesome stuff there from the Sigma 150s and of course the Max 5s as well. Great to see them get a bit more support from the Caterham grid as well, really, isn't it, Adam? Because
you're fine here, Jamie. Well done, mate. Hello, everybody. Welcome down to what is actually the Assembly Heritage Park Fair, mate. And here he is, Jamie Elwood. Jamie, congratulations. My word, that was intense, wasn't it? You had Jason behind you constantly nipping at your heels.
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was going to be a 10-car battle, but it turned out to be a 2-car battle. But it was just as intense, just trying to stay with Jay when he was leading. We were swapping places and trying to break the toe, so we managed to do that. And it all came down to the last lap. And neither of us wanted to break into the last corner. And we both went sailing off, and I managed to recover first.
I was going to say, as you came over the line, you had about 1.3 second lead. So it looked comfortable, but it certainly wasn't that case. I didn't realise you guys had kind of gone off together at the end.
We've both taken an off-track excursion and back on again in the field.
Wow, look, championship leader though, Jamie, you held it from last round as well. It's going pretty good this season so far, isn't it?
It's not bad at all, but you've got to keep grabbing those points while you can. Anything can happen around here.
And remember, you've got to do it all again this afternoon, mate.
Absolutely.
Well done, I'll let you get back. Thank you very much. I was actually thinking we were having more of the cars coming down here, but it seems like we're not. They're heading all straight off. What a fantastic race that was. Congratulations to that match. Jamie Elwood picking up the race, but Jason McCall was right behind him, wasn't he? And that battle for third was insane as well. Congratulations to the Max 5 Championships. Well, incredible race with those guys. It is almost time for our next race now, so I'm going to hand back to your commentary team to talk you through the action.
Then the last lap was what it was all about, trying to outbrake him into the field.
In which case, can you explain what happened on the last lap?
Yeah, so down, is it?
Driver's perspective on things, because the way that we see things as not just spectators but commentators as well as the viewers see it on the stream, you never get the full story. So it's great to know what's going on inside the driver's head and how the whole situation developed, really. And you know, it was a very good battle, but like we said, Adam, it was going to be down to the last lap, wasn't it? Who was in front and who makes the move and when.
Well, absolutely. You could see just biding his time effectively, heading on to the Wellington Straight for the final time there was McCormack. It ultimately proved not.
Silverstone, it's almost time to bring you the next race action, but before we do that, I had a little nip down to the paddock to catch up with one or two of the drivers. Right, I'm here with Rob Alden, running in the 135s. Rob, what an exciting weekend we've got at Silverstone. It's wide, it's fast. Are you looking forward to it, first of all?
It's unbelievable. It's the first time I've ever driven Silverstone, wow. Can you believe? So it's just such a privilege to be at the home of British motorsport, and we've watched people, legends on this track, and now today I'm out there with my car on it. It's a pinch me moment. I was out in practicing, and I really had almost an out-of-body experience. It's absolutely epic. To race, I can hardly imagine, as you say, it's so wide. Well, it's going to be a slipstream fest today.
You're going to find out, aren't you? And let's talk about the racing, because it's going to be tight, as it always is with the Caterhams, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. And then any of these tracks where the slipstream is everything, it tends to bunch the cars up into the packs as well. So it's going to be really close. Typically around Silverstone, we can see 10, 20 cars separated by a couple of seconds right the way through the race. So it's going to be really, really close.
Look, Rob, let's talk about your expectations for the day.
Right.
What will you be happy with today? Obviously, we all want to win, don't we? But what are we looking for?
No, okay. So realistic pace. If I could get to 15 today, that would be a right result for me. I've done a lot of work on the simulator. Yesterday was the first time I've driven the track.
Wow.
So that's the first time I've got any idea. Am I at 3 minutes? Am I at 2.5?
Educated of a guess the Grand National odds, I think. Realistically, it's
a mid-pack result. I'd be epic.
Let me ask you a question about simulator, because we've all played the games and done this and stuff. It's very different when you're in the car, isn't it? Can you be as brave as you are in a simulator? Because if you make a mistake on a simulator, you just reset. If you do it in a car, it could hurt.
That's a great question, and I think that comes down to your approach on the simulator. Do you sit in that sim as though you're sitting in the car?
Yeah.
And you don't take the liberties that you would in a car? And actually, I find it easier to drive in real life than in the sim. So if I'm all right in the sim, it usually translates to all right performance in the car. So there's a couple of corners here in the sim I find tricky.
Yeah.
When I've come here, in reality, with the feel of the car, I find it easier.
Wow.
So the simulator has been invaluable for me. On a limited budget, track days can be expensive. I can get in the sim, I can spend hours for next to nothing. It's a brilliant learning tool for me.
Top man, look, Rob, I don't want to put any pressure on you, but we will be watching today. So.
As long as the cameras aren't on.
Oh no, it'll be on. Don't think you're on. Best of luck, Rob. Thanks for talking to us
so
and enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time.
I'm
and
really
you're a legend in your own right, by the way. You might be sharing the track with the likes of Senna and Hamilton. It's all about Rob Oldland.
Perhaps they'll be watching me today then.
Maybe.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Rob. Thank you. Rob Oldland running into 135. Right, here we are. Qualifying has just finished. And we've come down actually to Parc Ferme, and I've caught up with Dan Clayfan. Dan, how did qualifying go for you?
I was just getting into the stride and then the fan belt's gone, and so we've had an overheat, so I don't think I've qualified very well, but then again the race is, anything can happen in a race. No damage to the car, and obviously CTS being a brilliant team will have me back out in no time.
In fact, like you said, anything can happen in a race. A lot of cars out here, a lot of slipstream, and it could be anybody's, couldn't it, really?
Totally, yeah. I had a fairly lonely quali, didn't really see anybody, so I didn't get the slipstream in a sec, so I know I'm a couple of seconds off where I need to be. But yeah.
Are you confident you can make that up in the race?
Yeah, get a good start and then got wide elbows.
That's what I like to do. Dan, thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck.
Thank you.
That's Dan Clayfan in the 125s. Right, here I am with Stephen Clark, in fact the pole man for the Sigmax. Now Stephen, we've spoken a few times before, haven't you? You're going to get the guys today. Today's the day, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, as I've said before, Caterham racing is, you couldn't guess it. So, yeah, I've stuck it on pole. I'm really, really happy. It was really tough out there to get a lap.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it puts me in a good position for the race. And we'll just have to see what happens.
Dry conditions, big wide track. Is it not heaven today?
You'd think so, but these are aerodynamic bricks. So if you're leading the race, chances are everyone's going to pass you.
Yeah.
So it's all going to be in strategy.
So it's going to be slipstreaming. It's going to be here, there. Don't take your eyes off it. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly that. Yeah.
Stephen, we might be chatting in Parc Ferme. You might be a happy man again. Cheers. Thank you very much, Stephen Clark on the pole position. Right, it is time for the race. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator to take you through the action. Right, here we are.
Checked in to the lead battle. I mean, realistically, that's what you have to do. The first 24 minutes and 40 seconds of this 25-minute race, the game is stay on the tail of the leaders so you can try and get a good run down Wellington and into Brooklands for the final time. That's really what it is, and certainly anywhere we go with Caterham's as a slipstream battle, usually it's reserved for, I don't know, Monza or the long Mistral straight at Paul Ricard, but anything with a straight of more than a couple of 100 metres, and there's a slipstream battle to be had in the Caterham category. It's very fun racing.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very entertaining stuff here in this one. Not that the last one wasn't. We always get absolutely amazing bang for buck stuff from Caterham's. Just a quick word as well to say thanks to our wonderful marshals and all the officials out there as well today. It cannot be cold in the overalls that marshals wear out there with the beaming sunshine here at Silverstone. So hats off to all the marshals out there that are doing a wonderful job as ever. Without you lot, we couldn't be racing.
And the number of marshals we need, not just to run the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, but to do so over 24 hours.
Yes.
With the rotors in play, it's probably one of the most orange populous events of the year. So it's a massive thank you to everyone in Orange for volunteering their time once again this year for the 24 hours.
Yeah, it's great to have it, really is. And you know, we've got an absolutely amazing headline event coming up later on, so where possible, make sure you do stick with us for that. You'll have me, Chaz Draycott, Adam Weller and Alan Hyde with you throughout as much of it as we can. Adam and I have already discussed the fact that it's very difficult for him to leave a circuit overnight when there's a 24-hour race going on, so I'm sure we'll both get up to something in the pit lane and see what's what.
Certain.
But we're just waiting for them to come around now. They're just getting to Luffield as they weave, as we have come to know so well in motorsport, just to get some heat into the tyres, into the brakes as well, just a quick dab of the brakes, a quick dab of the throttle as well, just to get the car rocking back and forth, get it moving around, see how it feels, and then we'll get them lined up now. So we can see the two marshals in what seems like an absolute mile away at the start of the grid, and then there's even a marshal stood to my right as I am at Woodcote. They're going to come that far back on the grid when they get lined up. Everybody is now going to take to their grid position. And another thing as well that I really have come to properly appreciate since commentating on motorsport is how quickly marshals and everybody get a grid organised.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. It's a real art form. It's the best game of Tetris you will ever see.
Yeah, I don't think I have the organisational skills for that, to be honest with you. I think I would struggle with that particular job of figuring out which side of the grid position number 40 is meant to be in.
I think my OCD would kick in, and if he wasn't lined up perfectly straight, I'd tell him to go and do it again. It'd be like, oh no, you're slightly over the yellow line there, mate. You're gonna have to go back. Like, you know, it'd be inch perfect, and it'd take an entire day. It'd be a 24-hour race because it'd be 23 hours of Chaz organising.
You'd make them do 8 formation laps for a rolling start. They weren't exactly diametrically opposed.
Yeah,
2 by
that's
2.
it. Yeah. Oh, the car in 5th was half a millimetre closer to the car in 4th.
Yeah.
Right then, they're just getting lined up on the grid here. And they are pleasing my OCD at the back of the grid, actually. They're doing a wonderful job of it, I must say.
There you go.
I'm not going to get anybody in trouble for saying that they're over the yellow line. The green flag is waved at the back. He's given up on the cars at the back. They're all just sort of there in almost 5 wide. But we're going to get a race underway. The lights are on and they're away. Obviously, the first half of the grid is away anyway. We've got a 10-second delay for the rest of them to go. The yellow flag is waved. And the checkered flag, or the Union Jack, sorry, is waved at the front of the grid, and they're away. But the first group are already with you, Adam.
Absolutely. So Harry Senior and Stephen Clark it was on the front row of the grid, and it is the 28 car that has continued off into the lead. So Harry Senior it is who leads the pack through for the first time of asking here at Maggott and Beckett. Already has 3 or 4 car lengths as he goes on to the hanger straight for the first time. So I think Senior may actually get away without having to do terribly much defending into the Stowe corner. The second grid comes past me now as well in a massive queue. Of course, it's just the 19 Sigmax entries, and then the 135s. There's well over 30 of them, so no shortage of cars going through my immediate line of sight. But it was still Harry Senior in the lead on last visual, and indeed Harry had the lead heading into Stowe corner. We'll see what formation they're in once they come out through Abian Farm in just a couple of moments, but certainly Senior must have got an excellent start off of the front row to already have a multitude of car lengths to his favour on the first lap of a Caterham race. And here they come now, top 3, top 5, all very close together as they go into the heavy braking zone here at the loop. And it is the number 25, I believe, that's now into the lead. So I think that Stephen Clark has reclaimed the position he was owed from pole and is back into the lead of the race. Indeed, he is. The 16 is next. That's Simon Griffiths from 4th of the grid. He is then followed by Harry Senior. Harry Senior has, I believe that's Matthew Willoughby for company as well. So we haven't seen quite as many cars make masses of positions up the grid from the start this time. The top 4 in a different order, but the same cast of characters.
Yes, indeed, wonderful stuff. There's a train of at least 6 of them, then about 3 car lengths, then another duo, and then everybody else at the moment. So they come back into sight for me, just as they go past Woodcote now. It is indeed the number 16 leading the race, Griffiths, now with a loose wheel arch on one of them just behind as well. I was just looking at the timing screen, so I missed the number on that, I'm afraid, but they're too wide going into Copse, very close to contact. But one of the beauties of these cars is because you can see all of the corners of them, they can race closely. We've got a car in the gravel at Brooklands who has gone straight on. It's a green car. I can't quite see the number at the moment. I'll see whether I can grab that on the CCTV, but I don't think we've got that angle, I'm afraid. But it's a green car in the gravel at Brooklands, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Excellent. Well, the top 6 all in one gaggle as they come past my position in the Sigmax category. Meanwhile, it's the number 50, I believe, that leads the way in the 135s. Indeed it is. The number 50 of James McCall still holding on to his lead from the effective second pole position for the 135 class, being followed by the 86. The 86, of course, being Simon Shaw. So it looks a little bit calmer, it must be said, in that particular order, but we do have lots of yellow flags down here at the loop. I can't see an obvious reason for why. Is it a full safety car? Because we do have, yes, safety car is out. Yellow flags at all the marshal posts. So safety car has been declared. That will be, I imagine, to retrieve the car from Brooklands.
Well, that's the race neutralised very early on, but at the end of the day, safety is the utmost priority here. The driver is out of the car. He's all okay. Of course, he's not gone in and hit anything or the wall or so on. He's quite a while away from that. He's just assessing the damage on the car at the moment. Looks like the right rear arch has come off, so he's obviously had contact with somebody to end up there. I think the arch is maybe a little bit further on the runoff as well, a bit further back. So he's definitely had some assistance in there.
Absolutely, so
I think we're getting a red flag, guys.
Right, we are.
Yes, red flags are now waving, so race is going to be fully neutralised for the time being.
It's a real shame that. We never like for a race to be a red flag, but like I say, safety is the utmost priority here, and that's what we need to adhere to most. I think potentially it's just because the car's going to be very difficult to get out, because it is quite deep into the gravel, and obviously with damage on the rear end as well, it might not be as easy to push out. I think actually he hasn't just lost the arch, I think he's potentially lost it.
Cars potentially stuck there.
Maybe there's only the one that I can see, because there's the wonderful BRDC clubhouse,
yes,
which might be in the way.
there is a pair of cars down there at Brooklands, so it is a multi-car issue.
That's a shame, real shame. We'll have to figure out who we've lost from it. We've lost Fortescue, Skillicorn and Errol, actually. 3 of them not coming through on the previous lap, so we've got even more than that missing at the moment. All 3 of them missing currently.
Yeah, so 3 runners from the kind of mid-pack of the 135s, which obviously having started with well over 30 of them, it was it was always going to be hectic in the early going. So Fortescue, Skillicorn and Errol unfortunately not making it around to break the timing beam at the end of the first lap. but we should hopefully get the race underway once again in not too long of a period's time.
I don't think I've ever seen so many Caterhams in one place. I've got this enormous train of them just parked up in front of me now. They're all single-handedly being told which side of the grid to go on, where to sort of park up and get ready, so they're lining up for a restart, of course.
But it makes sense, doesn't it? Because they are cars designed for racing. They are cars that always provide us with very, very close racing. And it's not a huge budget that you need in order to do this at the very top level. So it makes sense that we have these wonderful full grids.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, it's always a shame when a series doesn't quite get the entries that you feel that it deserves, but you know, the Caterham racing is another category that just never dies down. You know, there's always something going on, there's always really big grids, and I think that it's an absolute treat to be able to come and see it, and I imagine it's a real treat to be a part of, because
you think about the design of the car as well, and how that design has endured the test of time. Because if you get the design right, then it's going to last. You can tweak it, you can bring out new models, you can change the horsepower, but the design of the car is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, it's one of those things, they've absolutely nailed it first time. It's like, I'm quite the Land Rover fanboy, so when Land Rover made the original Defender, you know, they absolutely smashed it out of the park first time. It was such a capable car, and since then, you know, they've refined it, they've changed it slightly, and now it's become what the ugly thing that it is. But it's still
I was just about to say, so what's your take on the modern incarnation? Right, okay.
I kind of like the front of it, but
Okay.
I'd rather speed up on the motorway to make sure one doesn't overtake me, so I don't have to look at the back of it.
Right, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it's fair to say that Jaguar Land Rover, the back of their cars very often is something that I question. For years, the Range Rover Sport.
Yeah.
If you came up behind it, you could see the rear wheel, couldn't you?
Yeah.
None of it was enclosed.
It's like the back of a ferry.
And it is like the open back of a ferry.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Don't talk to me about ferries. The Isle of Wight is a
of
bad
course,
place
yeah.
to grow up.
Yes, you would know.
I would, yes.
Captain Birdseye over here.
Yeah.
Right then, I mean, other fish finger brands are available. Right then, they're getting the Caterhams
really.
They're getting the Caterhams lined up at the moment and doing a good job of it as well. We get to look at all the beautifully colourful cars out there. Now, on the game of how many people have got a bright yellow roll cage in this race, I think I can see only 3-4 of them. So, not as many as you'd expect, but still, it doesn't make a difference to the pace of the car. But this is a wonderful day to go racing, isn't it, really? Make sure everyone, obviously, if you are out there at the circuit today, that you do stay hydrated. Make sure you look after yourselves as well. Put sun cream on where possible, because I've been a victim to sunburn before. If you ever speak to a man called Chris Dawes, ask him what I looked like at Snetterton last year. It was like literally a lobster in the commentary box. But, you know, take care of yourselves. Make sure that you take precaution where necessary, and of course in regards to COVID, which we're not going to go talking on about, but you know, just be safe, wear a mask where you need to, and so on. That's the end of the public service announcement. Adam, what can you see?
Well, there's a digger taking the apex very nicely at the loop, but yes, I can just see from my position that the recovery process ongoing down at Brooklands. Hopefully all okay, and should get that one cleared up without too long of a pause here. But yes, it is just a matter really here now of waiting. The timing screen has gone blank and the clock has been reset to 25 minutes, so it looks like we may do a complete restart. Of course, the incident happened on the first lap, so that would be the typical protocol, and usually I would expect the race maybe cut down slightly to abide by the timetable, maybe cut 10 minutes off to make it a 15-minute sprint or something like that. But hopefully, for the sake of these drivers, they do get the opportunity to do a race of some length before it's too late. Just seeing one of the flatbeds exit from my view now, Chaz, which means it should be in yours.
It is, yes. There is a car being taken away at the moment. Quite a bit of damage on the front of it, unfortunately. It looks like the front right's had an issue. It's easy to come together on the brakes down there, because, you know, when you're slipstreaming and everybody's trying to jostle for position before they even get to a braking zone, you can sometimes your thoughts can be away from the actual braking zone itself, you know, and if someone brakes a bit earlier than you expect, trying to check up for something in front, then you have the little moment yourself of, oh no, where can I go here? And it is easy to make contact. So the drivers, I can see two of the drivers at least. I think there may have been a third involved, but I can see two of them being spoken to by one of the medical staff as well. They're both stood up, walking around. They seem okay, but there is a car in the pits now. I can't quite see the number yet, but I will report back on that one. It's just coming into view now where I can see it. The front right is very damaged indeed, completely bent out of shape. It's the number 44 car, and that is, yeah, Chris Skillicorn. So it was him, Fortescue, and I think, was it Venter's the other car that we lost, the 74 that was involved in that. I'm just trying to see if I can, no, I can see Venter's on the grid, so apologies, it wasn't Venter's that got involved in that. The name just seemed to jump to mind. Oh, it was Errol, wasn't it? 133
yes.
of Errol,
Yeah.
Skillicorn and Fortescue.
Yeah, the 44 car with frontal damage and the right front wheel sort of hanging off and particularly deranged, so that's not good. I like being near the grid as well.
I can see you from here, actually, Alan.
Well, I get a chance to see the cars up close. I like the car towards the tail end of the first grid, if you like, the number 8 car of Peter Marsh, because he's not driving a Sigmax, as you would expect. He is driving a Sigmarsh. He has renamed his car. And that's the decal on the side of the car, which
You've got to love it.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. But again, that comes back to what we were discussing this morning. We weren't on air on YouTube about it this morning, but we were talking about the camaraderie of drivers in series at this level. You know, they all enjoy it so much. There's a fantastic sense of banter and this really positive vibe about the whole paddock, and not just from the drivers, but, you know, the teams as well, the spectators. Everybody gets involved on different levels, and it's just a pleasure to be a part of it. It really is a lot of fun, and they really do sort of, they just get involved with that, because let's face it, as a driver, you know, you have to take it seriously. You have to take it very seriously indeed, but to get involved with that and still inject the fun into it as well and make sure that that fun factor is still there, that's what you've got to really love about a lot of these drivers, isn't it, Adam? There's just such a great vibe on it.
Well, absolutely, and I think, you know, it's important for the drivers to, you know, enforce that amongst themselves. You know, it's if you're doing this for a hobby, the last thing you'd ever want it to be is, you know, an unpleasant experience because there's rifts between the drivers. And between the drivers themselves and the organisers of the various championships, I think UK club racing as a whole does a brilliant job of ensuring that these rifts don't occur. You know, it does largely weekend to weekend. You leave all happy families. You know, and that's exactly the way it should be.
Yeah, definitely.
And then if you get into the BTCC, that's positively discouraged. I mean, we don't want anyone to be friendly at the end of the weekend.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Alan, I could just picture Alan Gow walking along, nudging someone, saying, "Hey, you see him there? He doesn't like it."
He did the C1 race, you know.
He did.
Yes, he did.
The C1 race. Yeah. And he's also a winner of the Citroen 2CV 24-hour race.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know
he was a winner
that.
back when it was every year. It was at Mondello Park in Ireland.
Oh, brilliant.
And his car. He was recently sent a photograph of the car that won the race. It's in an automotive museum in America.
Oh,
of
no.
all things. Yeah.
How did it get over? Well, it must have been going fast to end up in America.
Okay, well, so there is a cool story to this. They were so far ahead that with maybe 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go, there was enough time for the BTCC Series boss to limp into pit lane, and the team all looked at each other. What? Couple of laps to go, and we're not going to win. and he brought the car into the pit lane,
Well,
opened
I'm
the
joined by a
flap that
very,
is the-
very special guest. It's Mark Treadwin for Purple for Polio. Mark, tell us a little bit more about Purple for Polio.
Thank you, Ian. Ian, Purple for Polio, as you know from previous interviews, is about ending polio across the globe. And Rotary, as part of Great Britain and Ireland's campaign, have been working on this since 1984.
Wow.
And we've been raising money for the last, 30 odd years. Purple for Polio started back in 2016, and with the help of the Bill Gates Foundation, for every pound we raise, £2 more is added.
Wow, brilliant.
So if we raise 10,000 through this campaign,
Yeah.
the Gates Foundation money brings it up to 30,000.
Wow, that's incredible stuff. Now, I know you guys, obviously, we've met before, we've interviewed before. Tell us about your relationship with the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. How did it come about, first of all?
Well, a bit like a lot of people, I started out with the Caterham, sorry I keep using this, with the Caterham.
This is purple.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think?
And so's my bib.
Purple, we're at it. But no, Purple for Polio started with Caterham Academy. And I started with a lot of the guys from here in graduates. And then when we started to get more experience, we looked at other championships, and I got involved with graduates, and they very kindly adopted this charity a year ago. COVID struck, we didn't get as much promotion, and so they agreed to carry on supporting this year. And
Brilliant.
Caterham Graduates is about fun, inclusive, family, but above all else, safe racing.
Yeah.
And so from our perspective, it really is about having fun safely.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that they're also a nice bunch of guys.
They're great, aren't they?
They
I can
are.
certainly vouch for the fun, friendly, family atmosphere.
Massively so.
And
Yeah.
I'm just not brave enough to drive one of the cars. That's the thing. Mark, how do we find out more about Purple?
You can visit my link, which is on my Facebook page, which is TTR Team Treddy Racing.
Yep.
Or if you go to Rotary and look at their foundation pages, there's more information about the End Polio Now campaign
Yep.
and about Purple for Polio. Failing that, if you happen to come to one of our meetings, come and pigeonhole me, find the purple car, which will be back on track soon.
Brilliant.
Hopefully Williams Automobiles at Bristol will put it all back together for me. They're very good at putting it back together, actually, because I keep smashing it up.
Have they had to do it a few times? Have they?
Yeah, unfortunately, too many, but they've got experience, so they do it quite quickly, and this is a nightmare. But yeah, so we'll be back out, come and talk to us, and as I say, you might even find that we'll rattle a bucket under your nose as well.
Fair enough. Mark, thanks so much.
No, thanks, Ian.
Enjoyed it day here at Silverstone.
We
won't
will,
you?
and it's been great, and thank you for the work you've done and the guys that have been supporting you as well.
Pleasure.
Much appreciated.
Lovely. Thanks,
Take care,
Mark.
mate.
Mark Treadwin from Purple for Polio.
It's having fun, I'm having fun.
When did you get the car?
About a week ago. Yeah.
So it's quite tight.
Yeah, it was in a bit of a state as well, so we've, I said, because it's James Kay's car, and I said, I've had half a bloody touring car team working on this car for half a week, so.
And even down to a three-time champion doing the luminous bits around the lights. I'm impressed, Matt. Thank you very much. We'll talk to Matt again as the weekend unfolds.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Though, right? We were talking about the trip down memory lane earlier. We've had Matt Neal and James Kay mentioned in the same few minutes. That's phenomenal.
You wait till we get Patrick Watts in on the conversation.
Yes. Oh, yes.
We're really moving on now.
Oh yeah. Has he got all the grass out of his front bumper yet?
Oh stop!
Stop!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Matt Neal actually raced in a Silverstone 24-hour back in 2018, the last of the ones promoted by Creventic. With Synchro Motorsport, of course, being the team that James Kay ran the Civic through for several years in the mid 2000s.
He did. We have a green flag lap underway, by the way, gentlemen.
Connections.
We actually have connections and conspiracy theories with Adam Weller. That's going to be the midnight section, isn't it, from Radio
If
Silverstone?
I have a live mic, I'll make it so.
I love it. Right then, we have plenty of Caterham streaming their way around. Thank you very much for your patience, everybody, while we have the delay, of course, just taking all safety precautions where possible. We have, on the timer at the moment, 14 and a half minutes left of the race. I'm not sure whether they will drag that down to an even shorter race, because the Sports Prototype Cup is due to start in roughly 10 minutes. So whether that knocks us a little bit off schedule or not, we will have to see. We do have a 20-minute tea break later on, as it's noted in the programme, but we'll soon see. I think they may take a few minutes off this now. Adam, what do you think?
No, I think the clock ticking down from 15. I think by the time we get these cars around, interestingly, they're kind of leading themselves around on a formation lap. There isn't a safety car that I saw ahead of the pack. I think they will just let it run from here. In my experience, that does tend to be the protocol for a 25-minute race. If it goes to red, it usually goes down to about 15. So I think the clock ticking down on TSL now is what we'll get.
Yeah.
Quite what the protocol will be for the restart. I assume it will just be a single file rolling start.
So
but,
we do have marshals on the grid, you know.
Oh, okay. So
they've actually, I think they're going to get the grid all lined up again. I'm not
so
sure whether the timer will reset when they do get here.
That is a big question. I imagine the fact that they've set the timer off would suggest to me that it will just continue to tick down. So emphasis for the drivers will be on abiding by the marshal's directions on the grid to get as many laps in as they can.
I'm sure the drivers would like to as well, of course, but they do have another race later on as well, so it's not like this is their final chance to get them in. So we'll see them back out again later after this. But yeah, 53 car grid, absolutely wonderful, really is wonderful. And I really don't have a clue where to look, if I'm honest with you. We actually have quite the interesting. Okay, yeah, never mind. Ignore me for a moment, because I was thinking then, this is nuts. Like, the whole grid is actually in numerical order.
Yes.
That's how it's showing on TSL. So,
yes, it is.
Sorry, I was just watching then. I was looking down it and I was thinking, that looks similar to numerical order, and then I realised that it was. But that's just full disclosure here from the man at Woodcote. But they're not quite into my sight yet. I think they'll be with you.
They're already
just going past you, aren't they?
they're just coming to Brooklands now.
Oh yes,
so.
there they are. Lovely. There's two gentlemen at the top of the BRDC clubhouse that have got probably one of the best views in the house, to be fair, and if they can hear me, I hope they give me a wave right now, because they are silhouettes against the background, but I can't tell who it is. But they have got an absolutely amazing view up there. They can obviously see them come all the way down to Brooklands and then through Woodcote and across the line as well. It's a very well situated building, but it's a bit of in the way in terms of the commentary box here, but let's not tell the BRDC that. Anyway, they're about to line up now, and then we will get this race underway.
Absolutely. So just a few moments, hopefully, before we get to a return to racing action, the Sigmaxes and the Sigma 135 subdivisions, if you will, of the Caterham graduates. One of many different Caterham series that runs weekend on weekend. I don't think you could run the number of Caterham championships that we have in this country on one weekend. I honestly don't think there would be enough time to fit everyone's races in. Absolutely great initiative that the Caterham factory have in promoting all of their various series. Hopefully it won't be too long before they're all formed up and ready to go here, but it will be Chaz, of course, with the best view of that.
Yes, indeed. They're just lining up now. We've got the second group, of course, with the 10-second delay. The lights are just about to come on, I believe. Green flag has been waved at the back. The lights are on now, and they're out already. There's a car stationary on the grid. He's actually managed to get going now, but it's side by side for the lead into Copse. The driver in third place really closing him tight towards the apex, and then the rest of the field gets underway. Unbelievable start by the number 18 further back in the pack. That was Mark Lovett, and you've got to love it. He was absolutely flying. Oh, there's contact down the straight though. Debris going everywhere. Wheel arches are plenty. Let's open up a parts franchise, but into Copse, everybody seems to make it through, Adam.
Absolutely. So meanwhile, the Sigmax drivers get through, and it's number 25 in the lead. So Stephen Clark this time around manages to retain the position. He earns through pole. We've got some cheering as the 135s go past. I believe those might be devout supporters of driver number 50, James McCall, who is once again in control of the 135 category as they stream out onto the hangar straight for the first time of asking. We've got one car slowing further back in the 135 field. Didn't seem whom that was, but someone's struggling for any forward momentum in that particular order. The leading cars then already well out of my sight and towards the wing and the Grand Prix paddock, the international paddock, to give it its proper name, and they will be back into my view at farm in just a second. We'll see.
It's a huge train. I could just seen it on CCTV. It's a monstrous train. It's unbelievable.
Excellent stuff. And it is a slight gap between Stephen Clark and the rest. Stephen Clark just has a car length or maybe two to the driver in second place, who I believe actually is Ben Winrow, who's had an absolutely wonderful first lap, if that is indeed him. I'll count them by as they come past. It's 25 and then 24, so yes, that is Winrow. Then it's the 16 of Simon Griffiths, who started in fourth place. Then we've got side by side for P4, and then P4 through about P15, all in one long queue. Then to the 135s, and it is indeed still the number 50 of James McCall that leads the class.
Sorry, Adam, we've got a car off at Club. He's in the gravel just on the midway into the chicane. I'm just trying to see what number it is. Thankfully, the CCTV operator has zoomed in. It's the number 90 car that is very, very beached. It is way into the gravel. Marshall's trying to dig it out and help it. They're trying to push him
Cooper.
along. Yeah, he's very, very dug in there. Looks like he's just had a bit of contact and spun it on the way in. The Marshals are all doing a fantastic job. They've actually got it out of the hole that it's dug itself in. Are they going to get it moving? It's putting up some resistance, but they've put in an epic effort already. The whole field is absolutely flying past me here.
Yes, meanwhile there's a change for the lead. The number 16 has taken the lead, so Griffiths, who was third place across the line, is now in the lead as they came towards Maggots and Beckett. So he must have made the mother and father of all moves, either on the main straight or at turn one, and is now into the lead of the race for the time being. I have no doubt that will all have changed by the time they approach Stowe Bend, of course, because that is the nature of the Hanger Straight in a Caterham. I think indeed it is in fact the light blue car once again into the lead as they come out of Stowe. It looks to me from my very, very far vantage point from Stowe that the number 25 did take the lead back, so that's Stephen Clark back into the lead of the race, but he's having a great four-way battle with Winrow, Griffiths and Harry Senior, so a good four-car battle for the the honours in this maiden race of the day for the Sigmax and the 135 category. We do have one car that's a ways off the rest of the pack that's just trundling past me now. Not sure whom that is, but someone's had a very, very long first lap of the race, but we'll identify that in due course. In fact, that is the number 90 that just got recovered.
Yes, yeah.
Just got recovered in time to stop a safety car or any more solid delay to the race. We do, of course, only have 6 minutes of this race left to go, even though it's effectively just started owing to the red flag. We have in the wheel tracks of the number 25, we had the number 24. Winrow looks to the inside as they approach Brooklands. They may well be side by side for the lead by the time they come back to you, Chaz.
Just waiting for them to pop into view. No, it looks like he's got it done actually. Single file into there. It's the battle for third place that's starting to hot up now as well. But it's the yellow machine at the front of the pack then, leading them down through Woodcote. They're 2 by 2, a little bit further back as well. But it is the number 24 of Winrow that leads this race, and then Clark in second place. Third is the Way of Senior, then it's Griffiths behind. We've got another train of 6 following them, 39 and the 71 side by side as they cross the line. That's Marshall and Bettinson having a right old fight, and then a bit further back, I believe this may be the lead of the 135s. It is. We've got 3 wide down the straight, the 70, the 86, and I think it was the 50 in there as well. It wasn't. Actually, yeah, it was, sorry, McCall. It just updates on TSL a little bit slower there, but they were 3 wide across the line there, Adam.
Yes, we had 2 wide into Maggots Beckett's, meanwhile, in the Sigmax with Clark and Ben Winrow once again coming to blows. It's the number 86 that leads the way now in the 135s from the 70, from the 50. So that's Simon Shaw leading from Tom Power and James McCall in the 135 order for the time being, at least. Great battling in amongst the 135s as well as the Sigmax category as this race presses on. 4 minutes and 14 seconds to go. We should get 2 more laps out of this race at the end of this one, so it is going to be a shortened race of I think just 5 laps. Unfortunately for these Caterham runners, but still they're going to make the absolute most of it. A win's a win, a podium's a podium, etc, etc. So they will be pushing just as hard, and sure enough there's a change of lead as they come towards Farm. It is Winrow just a nose ahead once again, changing corner on corner, lap on lap, and in fact Harry Senior, who's been sticking to the back end of this group in all of the times I've seen them, is now up to second place, just ahead of Stephen Clark. Clark is then followed by Simon Griffiths, so all changed again. Winrow not getting as good of a run off of Wellington as the 28 of Harry Senior. Senior looking to the outside as they go towards Brooklands, and I think Senior may just about be able to have a nose ahead because he had a brilliant run onto the Wellington straight this time by.
He is just in front now, yeah. Winrow not quite able to hold on at the front, so amazing stuff from Senior. Really good rise up the field. He did actually start on second spot, so he's had to sort of claw his way back through and then retake the lead again, but Winrow gets a really good run down the straight, makes sure that he leaves Senior over to the left hand side of the track, and he's in front before they even get to the braking zone at Copse, so a significant advantage by that slipstream there. And again, they're going to have to think about these mind games a little bit later in the race when they come onto the final few laps.
Well, I think we could be approaching a bit of a moment here, because Maggots and Beckett's, they've got that recovering number 90 in front of them. The top 5 are all being bottled up here just by the fact that they've got some lap traffic to contend with, which I'm sure they weren't necessarily expecting in what's effectively become a 10-minute sprint race. But there we are. It was Winrow and Senior still having, I suppose, what you could call a discussion over who should be leading the race at that specific moment. It's a bit less heated in the 135s. The 86 of Simon Shaw is about 5-6 Caterham lengths ahead of the chasing pack. So Shaw has managed to, I think, break the slipstream here. He's 1.5 seconds clear last time across the line, and if you can break the slipstream in a Caterham race, you've really done some very, very impressive driving. It's no small feat, and he'll be in the pound seat for the last 2 laps of this race.
Yeah, he certainly will. It's an absolutely awesome job, like you say, to break away from everybody else, because that's the main thing that keeps these cars closer together. They are punching big old holes in the air.
Yes, and here comes the main gaggle of 5. They've cleared the back marker, obviously, and it is now Winrow in the 24 that is in the lead. Senior in second place, still followed by the 25 of Clark. Those 3 do seem to be most consistently the drivers in the top 3, but you've got Griffiths right there with them as well. Good run out of the corner onto the Wellington straight once again for Harry Senior, this time taking to the inside line. He should once again be able to be into the lead by the time they approach Brooklands in the grey number 28. Great battling at the head of this order.
And you're right, he is 28 back in front now. Just behind them, I believe it's the 16 of Griffiths, the white machine, still in third. I'm still getting my colour coding correct at this end, unfortunately. It is Griffiths, I've made the right guess. Then it's the 25 right behind him, which is Clark, and then Burtonshaw in the bright green machine, the number 72, right with them as well. He could potentially still be a winner in this race, Adam. That's the beauty of this sort of stuff, isn't it?
Absolutely. On to the final lap, and any one of these 5 cars could be in the lead. It's 3 wide as they approach Maggots and Beckett's, almost 4 wide, and Stephen Clark has had to yield down to 4th place there. The 24 of Winrow is in the lead. Griffith has managed to side through into 2nd place. And as they have all kind of ended up on top of each other, I think sure enough Burtonshaw might be in a good place to pick off a couple as they head towards Stowe down the long hanger straight here for the final time. Burtonshaw's just kind of been waiting in the wings, kind of like the poker player, just studying his cards rather than trying to make any significant moves or playing any mind games. He's just been sat there watching, and I think he's up into P3 maybe as they come out of Stowe Corner. It's great fighting between all of them as they head out onto the GP loop. You may be able to pick them up a little better with the CCTVs there, Chaz.
I'm just trying to have a look now and see where they end up. They've gone from one camera to the other very, very quickly here, but as they go down what is now the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, they are still 5 together, but it's still Winrow leading the way here.
Yes.
Doing a smashing job, although there's a big, big close-up just behind with Senior coming under attack by the look of it. They should come into view for you again now, Adam.
Absolutely, they're here already at Village and into the loop. And it is a 5-car train. There's a little bit of space between Ps 2 and 3. Clark has maybe just lost a car length or two, but he neutralises that with a fairly good run out of the loop. It's going defensive now for Winrow. Winrow takes the inside line down the Wellington Straight, forces Harry Senior to go the long way round, and I think Senior had a good enough run down the straight to maybe be in the lead when they come back into your line of sight, Chaz.
For the final time, it does look like Senior has got it. Griffiths has been squeezed out wide, and it's second place now for Winrow. Looks to me like Senior's got the run to the flag. He's going to absolutely nail this now. Foot through the floor. It's going to be a defensive effort from Winrow just behind, but Senior takes the win. Fantastic stuff. Clark steals third place on the final lap. Burtonshaw fell away a little bit from that. Further back, we've got the number 1 machine under attack from the number 9. Makes him go around. Barely anything between the two of them there. 25 thousandths of a second across the line. That was very close indeed. Fastest lap of the race was done by Burtonshaw, 2:27.3. But like I say, he unfortunately fell away there. Who's this now? Dueling to the line once again. The number 10 and the 86 involved in that fight there.
So that's Shaw, the leader of the 135s, who crosses the line to take the 135 category win in amongst it with the Sigmax drivers. So not satisfied with class honours, wanted to claim some Sigmax scalps while he was at it.
Bragging rights.
Absolutely.
Brilliant stuff. We've almost got 3 wide coming out of the final corner now as well. This is going to be one hell of a finish as they close up together. It's 3 red cars. It's the 57, 47 and 188, excuse me, orange car. The 188 was only just behind the 47. There was 24 thousandths of a second between those guys as well. So incredible close battles all the way through. And this just comes back to what I said earlier on, really, Adam, that no matter where you are in a pack like this, as a driver, you will always have someone to fight against. It's phenomenal stuff.
Yes, if you can have a lonely Caterham race, you've either done something dramatically wrong or have achieved quite the gap at the head of the order. There's never much room for leeway in a Caterham fight consistently. Sometimes upwards of a dozen cars in the fights at the head of the order and all throughout the pack. Caterham racing is a recipe that we're going to go back to forever because it doesn't really need any changing. I think we found our mode sport equivalent of 11 herbs and spices quite some time ago with the Caterhams.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. How much does that apply, eh?
Although I will say, and purists may be upset with me for this, I'd be very curious to see what Caterham racing would be like with EV motors under the bonnet. I think that will probably happen at some point in the next few years, just for the sake of needing to modernise and continue the spirit of Caterham racing going forward.
There is a company over the road at Silverstone Park, which incidentally is an ever-growing and quite wonderful part of the development here at Silverstone.
Yes.
That do exactly that. They make, well, I'm not saying specifically for Caterhams, but they make wonderful old cars, EVs.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
So then we'd get the Caterham E1000 rather than the R500.
Oh, that would be
because it would be about 1,000. Obviously, due to the weight of the things, battery packs weigh a lot. They wouldn't have much range on them. But could you imagine the sort of performance of something like a Porsche Taycan in a Caterham?
The 0 to 60 would be beggars belief.
I had laps around the national circuit here at Silverstone at the end of last year in the Taycan, and. It's just
it hurts your head,
astonishing.
doesn't it?
Well, I had my headphones on, so I was talking about it, and the driver, a driver we have previously talked about 20 minutes ago, who won the 2CV 24-hour race in Mondello Park. He engaged launch control, and my headphones ended up flying off my head and back behind the seat. It was absolutely phenomenal. It's 0 to 60 in...
It's like 2.6, I think.
2 point, maybe even less than that. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal.
Now, anyone that follows me on social media will have known this, and I've been on about it way too much, but Porsche actually lent me a Taycan Turbo S for the day a few weeks ago.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane here, and of course it wouldn't be a Caterham meeting if I didn't speak to Harry Senior in Winners Row, but you certainly didn't have it. Well, you had to work for that, didn't you, Harry?
It was a great race. Awesome to have 4 or 5 guys in the front pack, and it was just awesome.
You just couldn't call it, could you? One time it looked like Stephen was going to get the win, and then you just came through, and oh my word, it's so exciting to watch. What's it like when you're behind the wheel?
I was back and forth at one point, and you kind of got to keep telling yourself that now I'll catch them back up, and last few laps just practicing, getting past them on the line, going into Brooklands. It was awesome, really awesome, right on the edge the whole time.
It's a slipstream battle,
it
isn't it?
It
and
is.
you come out on top quite often. You've really got the feels with this car, haven't you?
Setup was perfect, tyres felt great. It was a lot hotter today than it was yesterday and during testing, so we had to adapt a bit, but it worked out all right.
Well, I have to say, you don't actually have much time now to the next race, so I better let you get back.
No, and I'm in the C1s later as well.
Oh, you're in the C1s? Well, I'll definitely catch up with you later. Congratulations, Harry. Go on, get yourself back, get yourself ready. I did want to see if we could get Carnival 86 Simon Shaw as well, picking up the 135 class win. Just stay with me a little bit longer. Let's just see if he's coming down. Later on, actually, for the races, we will actually head down. In fact, who's behind us? We've got somebody behind us. We will head to Parc Ferme just to get you a few more. Let's see who have we got. Oh, we do have Simon Shaw. That's handy, isn't it? We'll grab a word with Simon very shortly. He's just chatting to the commentary team here at Silverstone over the actual PA. But Simon Shaw, they're picking up the 135 class win. Of course, Harry Senior, what a magnificent. Simon, before you go, sorry, just very quick word. Congratulations, by the way, picking up the 135 class.
Thank you.
Very close racing, very exciting. So much going on. Of course, the race was delayed, obviously, for obvious reasons. Did that throw you off at all? Were you able to just get focused in again and go?
Just saying to the guys on the commentary, it's really hot in the car, and sitting in the sun for an extra 15-20 minutes like that is just really.
So you got a helmet on, you got everything on.
You can't take anything off. But yeah, a little bit too close today, maybe. I missed a gear on the start, so a little bit of contact there, dropped back down the pack, and I was off.
I was going to say, you're missing an arch.
Yeah.
Look, I'll let you crack on because there's quite quick turnover, isn't there? Simon Shaw, the winner of the Class 135. I'm going to hand back to your commentary team because we've got the next race coming straight up.
Nothing in here as well.
Yeah, you see, it's lovely. But let's not begrudge the weather.
No, absolutely not.
We've had such awful weather for so long.
And it's great to have this assortment of categories, races long and short, cars light and high-powered, all on the same bill, of course. At this stage of the meeting, we now move...
I've just got a bit of a piece of information about the race length for the next race. 25 minutes.
Okay, so down from half an hour for the Sports Prototype Cups, as I was just about to say. That's definitely the high-powered end of the spectrum. Certainly in the case of the LMP3s that we have out there, we now have one from each of the two predominant manufacturers out.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. It's almost time for race 2 of the Sports Prototype. What a cracking race we had in race 1, didn't we? As you can see, the cars just getting lined up. We've got Graham Charman here. Let's just grab a quick word with Graham if we can as well. Graham, how are we doing? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, a bit more ready. The first one didn't really go quite to plan. Qualified 4th, dropped down to 5th.
Yeah.
Got it back up to 4th, and then made a stupid mistake and hit one of the bumps.
Oh no.
Broke the bodywork. And then that messed up the aerodynamics, and I ended up pushing too hard and spinning. So we've had a frantic lunch break. We've done some body work. The guys have been brilliant, and I find myself on P2. So So here we go.
Here we go. Look at that great attitude. Another chance to make it right. You're gunning for this one then, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Good man. Good man. Go get it. Go get it. Lovely. Let's keep going along. Over here we have Sir Chris Hoy. Let's grab a quick word with Sir Chris if we can. Obviously used to going fast, but you got familiar with these cars now. You were racing them last season as well. What's the expectation for you for race 2?
Well, just keeping our fingers crossed the issues we had with the engine aren't going to repeat themselves in the second race. But yeah. If the car is performing well, then fingers crossed it's just down to me.
Well, it's a very honest assessment. I mean, look, qualifying actually went very well, didn't it? You were pole in class. Can you get the class win?
Sorry, I missed that.
I say, can you get the class win? Because you qualified on pole, didn't you, earlier in the day in the class?
I think you just take it one lap at a time. You don't think too far ahead, and it's a cliche, but it's just get the start out of the way and then settle into the race and see what happens. But you're never thinking too far ahead, so you're certainly not thinking about winning or losing. You're just thinking about doing the best job that you can. Does
it take long to get heat in these tyres? Of course, it's glorious weather today, isn't it? It's probably not ever going to be much better than this.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine now. The sort of challenge will be to make sure they don't overinflate them and they get a bit too sketchy at the back towards the end of the race. So it'll be about trying to manage the tyres, about getting a clean start, getting up there, keeping in contact, and then taking your chances when you get them.
Fantastic. Thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck for the race as well. Let's just keep going down, shall we? What a wonderful sight.
They really good
are,
communicator
aren't they? We've got
very
car number 6. Let's just grab a quick word. Mr. Lake over here, focused, ready for this, eager to get going.
Yeah, I can't wait to get out. Yeah.
You don't get nervous, do you? You don't get nervous, do you?
No, I think so.
I would. You've got actually passenger seat. You could take me out for a ride one day then in this. So can you not? No, I'll let you go anyway. Let you crack on. He's got somebody in his ear talking to him. In fact, it's almost time for the second sports prototype type race. So as you can see, there's Mike Genvy just coming down. Of course, putting a lot of pressure. Finished second, didn't he, in race 1? What can he do in race 2? I'm going to hand you back to your commentator to talk you through the action.
Capable bits of kit out there in this field, and we get the very interesting story again of what can Michael Genvy do in that Gun TS6, and now what can Simon Evans do in the number 7 LMP3 car, because we've got the intriguing story of him coming through the pack, which is always going to be fun to watch. That's if it makes it through. Basically the car had an issue early on.
Yes, it was actually a clutch failure that caused him to
it was a very smoky one at that as well.
Yes, I think it was stuck in first gear very much by how it looked and sounded this morning in quali. But yes, let's if you have it in front of you. Unfortunately, I've just lost my mobile internet for a minute here. But if you have it in front of you, if you could run through the grid.
Yes, I have it here. So Bonamy Grimes takes pole position in the number 16 car. This grid is formed up by the second fastest times from qualifying, by the way. James Abbott will be second in the 74 machine, ahead of Michael Genvy in the 35 and Graham Charman in the number 5 car. Watch out for him. Sir Chris Hoy starts in 5th in car 70, with Richard Wells in 6th place, car 80. Following him is Chris Short and Stephen Lake on row 4, with Jason Rishover and Matt Brooks rounding out your top 10 on row 5. Following them is the number 20 of Andy Cummings, with the number 71 of Manhal Alos in 12th. Then we have Matthew Chamberlain in the number 15 machine, Simon Evans in the other LMP3 car in 14th spot, and Andy Chittenden in the MCRS2 lines up 15th on row 8. So not the biggest grid of the day, actually the smallest grid of the day, but still very entertaining racing from what we saw in race 1, Adam.
Well, absolutely, and unfortunately, with a number of the revolutions being foreign-based and the drivers being foreign-based, we have lost some of the primary class, the revolution category, to travel issues, but nonetheless, the racing should be brilliant. We are having a reduced race 25 minutes from the start of the green flag lap, so the race is effectively already underway, so they're going to get just a fraction over 20 minutes of green flag running all told. They're already forming up into 2x2 formation as they come past me here at the Wellington Straight, and as the Ligier JS P320 comes past me, I'm reminded that we do have the pair of 5.5 litre V8s in this race, and that means I need to shut the windows in my commentary box, otherwise I won't be heard.
Yeah, and anybody that is out there today at the circuit, especially all of you lot at Luffield, I can see you from here, so give us a wave over on your left. But from what you will hear now, you will definitely be able to tell which of these cars, if you can't visually tell which one's the LMP3 cars, you will certainly know. But it's number 16 and number 7. They're almost bookending the order. Number 7 with the gold flashes on it as well near the back of the field. 16 white and blue on the inside of the front row. But the second race of the day here in the Sports Prototype Cup is about to get underway. The field creeps towards the line. The lights are on. And Grimes is going to wait to lead them away. And the lights are out and we're underway. There's a bit of a check-up in the middle of the field from the Revolutions. They all have to take it a little bit easy as they go through Copse, though. Adam, seems like everybody got through cleanly, though.
Yes, looks like we've got a full quota of cars headed towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time, and it is Bonamy Grimes that leads the way from the number 35 of Michael Genvy. Following him is James Abbott in P3, followed by Charman in the number 5. So about in the order they set off from, as the De Quen chassis leads them off down the Hanger Straight and into Stowe for the first time. The little gun TS6 though is right there with Bon once again as they head down towards Club Corner for the first time of asking. It's like a terrier nipping on the heels of a German Shepherd.
Sorry, he just went down the inside of him there, nearly made contact. I don't know how they didn't, but it was a late dive down the inside from Genvy, but fantastic stuff, really making his intentions clear early on here against the LMP3 car at the front of the pack. He still holds second place, but he's lost a bit of ground now. But then we have Abbott in the number 74, as he was in race 1, a little bit off the back of those pair in third.
Yes, absolutely. He stayed with them for a couple of laps last time around, but this time I don't think he's been given quite so many luxuries. They've driven off into the distance. The leading car in the Revolution category is the number 70, so Chris Hoy this time got a much better start and leads the Revolution class. So good to see Chris, Sir Chris, having a good start to this race after dropping through the order and not really recovering in race 1. Chittenden takes up the rear, going under the bridge at the Wellington Straight, with the leaders back with you.
Yep, the wonderful P3 car just flying past here, with Genvy chasing him down in the very, very loud gun. And then in fourth place we've got Graham Charman, who of course had that incident in the first race where he got beached on the curb, but he's now back in it. The other LMP3 car, the number 7 machine, which is even louder than the 16, is still struggling slightly in getting through past some of these Revolutions. It seems, like you said before at the top of the day, that those Revolutions are really, really good at sticking with the LMP3s.
Yes, they're not a million miles away, and I think, you know, in certain sections of the track they do have what it takes. There's not much between a very well driven Revolution and an LMP3 car.
Easy for you to say.
Yes, I know. That was a proper tongue twist, vocabulary exit head moment there. But
you made up for it with that, though.
The 16 it is that leads from Genvy, as we said. Bon Grimes, he's done thousands upon thousands of kilometres at the wheel of that car. One of the series I had the pleasure of commentating on, the Ultimate Cup Series. He and Johnny Molam did a full season with them in 2019 when the car was still in its Norma M30 guise, and he has certainly got plentiful experience of that car. The man who founded the Skyscanner website, I'm sure many of you looking to travel abroad once things are a little more normalised will be familiar with.
I was all over it last week.
Excellent. Abbott there comes past me now in third place, again in the USA spec Revolution A1, which effectively has a little bit more power, also some slightly beefier brakes as well among the spec changes that may also come to Europe in 2022. Meanwhile, the number 7 comes flying past me, Simon Evans, making his way past the Revolution field fairly easily there down the Wellington straight. The superior power and the sleek coupe body of that LMP3 car makes quite the potent combination in a straight line.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's absolutely flying at the moment. It's about to roar past my commentary box as well, popping and banging all of its way down there. Almost sounds like a jet fighter. It's got that crunch to the noise that it makes. It's absolutely phenomenal, even in comparison, like I said before, to that number 16 machine. But it's all even Stevens at the front at the moment. To be fair, the Gen V driven machine is not quite able to keep up with the LMP3 car, but he's not dropping away rapidly, is he? He actually did the fastest lap of the race last time.
Yes, 157.448 is I think quicker even than he was going in qualifying. So that shows that he's really found some more pace across the day, and now of course the tyres will be working better with him in these hot conditions and so on, factors prevailing and allowing Gen V to challenge Grimes.
I can confirm he did a 58.8 in quali. So
there you go. So yeah, he's really put the wick up in the gun TS6 for this race. We know that Michael Genvy, a very handy driver in a prototype.
We've got a car around at Club. It's the white and yellow Revolution, who's done a Revolution too many. Looks like he's just waiting for the traffic to go before he gets going again, although no, he's not going again. I think he may have stalled it. We've got double wave yellows on the way in, sorry, single yellow flag on the way into Club. But yeah, that car doesn't look like... Oh no, he's got going again. Literally, as I say that, commentator's curse of the opposite kind, and he gets going again. Now, out of Luffield, race leader Grimes has got Genvy right with him now. The little pesky gun, it's almost like some sort of evil sidekick just trying to chase him down. It's just fantastic, this little thing. Like you said before, nipping at the heels of a German Shepherd. It's absolutely flying, is that gun. Sounds fantastic doing it as well. We've then got Abbott, once again, unfortunately for him, on his own in the middle of the field. Then you've got Charman in the number 5. Fastest lap of the race last time round by Grimes of 157.153. Really good stuff from him. And then where is the other P3 car? It's just behind Sir Chris Hoy in the number 70. You could probably hear it come through my microphone as well. I've opened the door behind me to let some cold air in, but wow, what a noisy bit of kit.
Absolutely. So Evans making good use of the car at this stage. He is just behind Chris Hoy, so splitting the top two in the Revolution class. It is Chris Hoy who leads the Evolution order, Revolution I should say, at this moment in time. Chris Shorten 55 follows, and then Andy Cummings in the number 20 up to 3rd in class, so he's made up a couple of spots so far in this race within the Revolution category. As you may already know, the Revolution cars supported the Portuguese Grand Prix last year, will support the Italian Grand Prix later on this year. Word is that of the 25 cars that exist, we expect an overwhelming majority of them to be there one way or another. Top two come past my commentary position once again. And sure enough, the Gen V, well, it has been dropped slightly on this lap. I think the gap will now be out to over a second, maybe a second and a half next time they cross the line. Certainly keeping Bon Grimes honest and forcing him to explore the limits of the LMP3 Duquois.
Yeah, definitely. He could have sort of turned up here and thought, you know, we're in the fastest car, we don't have to push its limits that much, but he's really having to work hard here because Gen V is just there, filling his mirrors, really irritating him at the moment. I imagine just, well, that's if he's looking in his mirrors. A lot of the time I know that drivers tend to just really focus eyes forward and they just ignore their mirrors completely, because if they know they're getting away from the car behind a little bit, they don't worry too much as Abbott goes through once again. And then we have Charman, and the number 7 of Evans has got past Chris Hoy.
And just made that move 5th overall as they went under the bridge at the Wellington Straight, so he's now passed the entirety of the Revolution A1 class, although of course there is still a Revolution ahead, the 3rd place overall car of James Abbott, who looked very happy, it must be said, after his run in the car in race 1. I had a brief interview with him over the lunch break, and he looked very happy. I mean, the car is largely his handiwork. He's in charge of a lot of the development and the adjustment and the engineering of these Revolution A1s, and this souped up version, for at least for now exclusively for the American market, is looking to be a hit with him, and from what I hear it's also piquing the interest of many of the other drivers we have today.
It just looks like Chittenden has been overtaken by Wells. That's confirmed on the TSL timing screen. Wells went down the inside of Brooklands, and then Chittenden was still on the inside for Luffield. Had to get out of it and get on the brakes, almost go on the grass there, did Andy Chittenden. So he manages to avoid any incident there as Wells decides that he's going to take the racing line, but as is racing drivers. Now, we've got Grimes running a little bit wide out of Brooklands, but as you said before, Adam, that gap is really opening up now. Gen V not quite able to do anything about him here, but we know how quickly that can change. Still over 10 minutes of this race left to go. Do you think Gen V can get back on it in that middle sector?
Well, I think it's more to do with the Duquesne being wound up rather than Gen V losing any time. I think lap on lap, Bond just gets that little bit quicker. Indeed, coming towards the Maggots-Beckett section this time by, the throttle application smoother than it was a few laps ago. Bond was talking about in the interview earlier on, still needing to figure out his technique through Maggots and Beckett's, and just on by ear, the throttle application, he's certainly smoother than he was at the beginning of this race. It is, still very much about gathering data for whatever the next international adventure may be for Bonamy, for Johnny Molam and Red River Sport.
We've got Radical having another bite at the heels of the number 20 car in front. It's Ellis and Lake right together there. Lake was right with him out of the corner, but Ellis just using maybe a bit more of the power in that Revolution just to get away slightly from Radical SR3. But those Radicals really, they're not small cars. They're quite compact and very nimble, but they're not small by any stretch of the imagination, but they look small in comparison to the very angular and quite bulky Revolutions, don't they?
Absolutely, they've bulked up somewhat since the RXC and the RXC Coupe. The newer SR3s do look a little more sizable than the ones we saw approximately a decade ago. But yes, still fairly small cars as it goes, just not in their present company, I suppose you could say. Abbott just coming past the loop at the moment. Once again, as with the last race, has ended up about 20 seconds off the back of Gen V, but still ahead of Charman. Of course, Charman was right there with Abbott at points in the previous race, but ultimately brought out the safety car that put a premature end effectively to the green flag running last time we saw the sports prototypes here in the early afternoon. The battle in the Revolution class is getting incredibly close. Hoy definitely has Chris Short for company now. They head onto the Wellington Straight, and Chris Hoy is going to have to start using the mirrors within the next few corners, I would dare suggest. It's great to see Chris here. Of course, he achieved his goal of running in the Le Mans 24 hours, but he clearly grew a deep passion and love for the sport at the driver's seat, because he's still here and still running at national and international level various times a year.
Yeah, he's doing a smashing job, and as I said before, he's just one of those blokes that's just always doing something. Like he's just never stopped. It's fantastic. And the number 55 machine of Short is only a short distance back from him now, to be fair. So Chris is really going to have to push. It looks like Short got a really good run through Copse, actually. He might be right with him by the time they get to Maggots and Beckett's with you, Adam.
Yes, it is very much side by side, in fact, as they head towards Maggots and Beckett's. Optical illusion for a minute, thought they were line astern, but nope, they were side by side. Hoy just holds on to it as they go through Maggots and Beckett's for the 7th time of asking. Meanwhile, Bon Grimes comes past my commentary position at full chat once again in his LMP3, but keep my eyes peeled towards Stowe Corner for the lead battle in the Revolution class. 7 minutes to go, so Chris Hoy is going to have to dig fairly deep into his what is granted a fairly sizable bag of tricks at this point, given the experience he's had over the last several years since growing 2 wheels on his competitive vehicles. And he is still, by the looks of it, as they headed towards Club Corner, in the lead of this battle. for the honours. Indeed, the 70 car was in the lead as they went through Stowe. I can see that on the wonderful YouTube live stream that I know a lot of you are watching this event live on. Unfortunately, from my vantage point, I have a slightly delayed feed, but as they come towards Village, it is Chris Hoy still in the lead, but diving up the inside there is Chris Short. It's a battle of the Chris's, and it is Hoy just about in the lead, but no, as they go through the loop, it is now Chris Short who has managed to barge his way through into the lead of the race. I'm not sure if there was contact, but if there wasn't, it was very close, and Chris Hoy, in an attempt to get a good run down the Wellington Straight, went wide onto the runoff, onto the grass. It looks like they're still wheel to wheel now as they head towards Brooklands, and I think it is still Short who's in the lead as they tip it into Brooklands and through the last couple of corners once again.
Short has got it done. Chris tries to get some sort of cut back through Luffield. Anyone that knows Luffield knows that you can take about 48 different lines through there. He's tried to go around the outside at Woodcote now. Short's given him the room on the left-hand side. Hoy's carried the speed around the longer line, but he's on the outside of the copse. It's going to be a bit crazy to go around there. He does stick it around the outside, but obviously loses the overlap on the exit as they get back to you again, Adam.
Absolutely, this time it's Chris Hoy on the offensive rather than defensive then as they go through Maggots and Beckett's cars 55 and 70, locking horns here. A great showcase for the Revolution A1 as they head out through now onto the Hanger Straight once again. Hoy not close enough, I don't think, to challenge into Stowe, although the slipstream may beg to differ as they go down the Hanger Straight and under the bridge into Stowe. I keep my eyes peeled into the very far distance to see if they are locking horns into Stowe. No, it's still Chris Short in the lead of this battle for what is not only, of course, the Revolution lead, but also 6th overall. We're into the final 5 minutes of the race, so if Chris Hoy is going to reclaim this lead in class, he hasn't got too long to do it. Meanwhile, a rather heavy drop in pace from Michael Genvy. Last lap at 2:01.0. He's dropped to over 10 seconds back from Bon Grimes, and I wonder if everything is A1 in the Gun TS6.
Yeah, he hit the limiter down the straight here, which would either just suggest that he's just trying to wring its neck or he's been a bit distracted before an upshift.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there because as they come through the loop, Chris Hoy is back into the lead of this Revolution class battle. I didn't see where that happened from my vantage point, while also swivelling head to see Maggots and Beckett. But Hoy is back into the lead, and he's once again got a few car lengths over Chris Short. Now, Chris looks quicker lap on lap as an average by the looks of it, but he's going to have to work his way back past Sir Chris Hoy once again, with maybe 3 laps left to try and take the win.
Short's looped it. I was going to say it's only a short-term gain for the number 55, but it's now a long-term loss because he's just looped it partway around Luffield. It looked almost like it snatched away from him on a downshift on the way into the corner because he overshot the apex, ran a bit wide, and then suddenly it just snatched and went around. Whether that was on the brakes or whether it was a downshift, I'm obviously not 100% sure, but he's still stuck there now. I'm pretty sure that the car isn't running because the marshals are walking over to it, now running over to it to check that they can get it moving. I think he might have just beached the rears. It looks to me like the front of the car is still on the road, so they could be just pushing him away. I'll come back to you on that one, Adam.
Okay, well, that leaves Chris Hoy with a good amount of breathing room then, leading the Revolution class, and now doing so by 11 seconds, in fact no more than, just on a dozen seconds over Bradley Ellis in second place. Of course, Bradley Ellis, a driver with plentiful experience in a multitude of classes across many years, so not a driver that gets beaten by someone who doesn't have talent. And we've seen so many times that Chris Hoy has managed to apply his cycling success to the world of car racing, and he's going to get another first place. I was sat there with the series coordinator earlier on. He was holding the trophy for Sir Chris. Jokingly commented, I'm going to give him the most disappointing third place prize he's ever had relative to Olympic medals. But I think he'll be very happy to get another first place on the mantle in the Revolution class should things stay as they are for the next 2 minutes.
Yes, indeed, I'd be very pleased with that. Looks to me like they've tried pushing Short's car again. It's still where it was.
Right.
I can't see the waved yellows or anything, but the marshal's post is maybe just out of the way from where I am, maybe behind the BRDC building. But the marshals have sort of backed away to wait for a moment and potentially give it another go. They've not gone back behind the wall yet, so I'd say that potentially going to still try and finish this race to at least be classified. 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yes, Bon Grimes just coming towards you now at Brooklands, so we're going to get one more lap out of this race. Last time by Genvi, a 1:57.207, which is back right around the pace we'd expect from him. So whatever issue caused him to drop to several seconds, or drop several seconds a lap to the point where it's now 17 seconds.
I'm going to have to correct you, Adam. That was his best lap. His last one was a 2:03.
Oh yes, my apologies. I am looking at the wrong column. My apologies.
It's gone the opposite way for him. It's got even worse now because Grimes has just done the fastest first sector on the last lap. He's actually done the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
My apologies. Yes, very, very, very well spotted. 2:03.572. I mean, Genvi, of course, engineers the car, and maybe he's just felt something that doesn't feel quite right, and he's put the anchors on a little bit to preserve the car and at least make sure he gets to the end.
Yeah, that's the thing. To finish first you must finish.
Yes.
Is the legendary phrase.
Yes, that's the motorsport proverb.
Now we have quite the spread with everybody else in the field, really, in the Revolutions. Nobody less than 2 seconds apart. Alos is 2.5 seconds behind Brooks, a little bit further back down the order. Charman's just gone through. And we wait. Here comes the other P3. Thank you. That just sounds unbelievable. I'm going to keep saying it until the very end, everybody. But we do still have a few more left to go in terms of drivers coming through before the race winner. Although, actually, do we?
Yes, we do. There's 3 more cars that will come past you before we get the leader across the line to take the flag. But coming out of Village there, Bon Grimes, I think maybe just tried to ramp up the power a split second too early. Got a right wiggle on the short straight between that and the loop.
I thought I heard something going on there.
And but thankfully continues on without any issues, and will now come to you behind the second and third place in Revolution class.
Yes, indeed. Looks like it's going to be a nice victory then for Bonamy Grimes. Round the final corner, floors it through Woodcote and takes the checkered flag. Fantastic stuff for the number 16 LMP3 machine. Of course, the Duquesne LMP3 chassis that Adam and I have given about 40 different variations.
Yes, I think I've settled on Duquesne, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. We wait though to see, of course, the number 35 machine of Michael Genvi crossing the line for his second place of the day. And the brilliant.
Oh, I must interrupt you. A late spin for the other LMP3 car, the Ligier JS P320 of Evans. Spins it on the final lap at the loop and has very bravely gone across the gravel to get it turned back around onto circuit. Thankfully doesn't beach himself and does recover the car. We'll get to take the flag without losing a place. He'll stay in 5th place ahead of Sir Chris Hoy, the first of the Revolutions home, who will get an extra lap compared to most of his class, but a little bit of a heart in the mouth moment both at very much the same section of circuit for both of the both of the P3 drivers, as I guess they continue to wind up the taps and figure out their cars.
Yeah, maybe just wear out the rears a little bit too much. But
yes,
everybody at Luffield now is going to enjoy the sound of that Ligier one more time as he puts his foot down and bellows out all of the power from that Nissan engine. And here we go, one more time through my mic. Oh, with a big pop and bang for good measure. Fantastic stuff. And of course, in the Revolution class, it is going to be Sir Chris Hoy who gets the slight pleasure, not in an overly competitive way, of going past the stationary car that was once nipping at his heels in that race, and he will come across the line now through Woodcote, and Sir Chris Hoy takes another win in his glistening career, you could say. Fantastic.
It's a varied CV.
Oh, it is, yeah. It's a phenomenal CV, one of the very best in the world. It's great to see him back out, though. It's awesome. And then, of course, Lake finishing in not even in that class, apologies. He finishes just behind Chris Hoy. Ellis finishes second in the Revolution category. And then Brooks in third place in there as well. But another very entertaining race, and again this category just proving that you don't need a huge grid to have a lot of fun. We were talking on our way to the circuit today about the fact that we've both sort of covered races before with even less than 10 cars and still had good racing. This proves that concept once again.
Well, absolutely. 15 cars for a sports prototype grid on average in the UK really isn't too bad at all. Of course, it should have been many more. We should have had over 20, but for the travel issues experienced by some of the Revolution class competitors. But I think the only reason 15 cars would be considered a small grid here today is just by virtue of the population on all the other categories. In amongst grids of 40, 50, upwards of 60 cars, of course, in the 24-hour, it does look somewhat diminutive, but the racing action there, what we saw especially in the Revolution class, more than made up for any perceived lack of entries.
Doors open on Bon Grimes' car for the second time today at the number 1 spot in Parc Fermé, and James Bailey,
Well, hello everybody, welcome back down to Winners Row, I'm going to call it now, and it's this man again, Bon Grimes, who's made it a double bubble of wins. Look at that, he's all smiles underneath that helmet. Bon, you're going to need a big trophy cabinet, I think.
I am, aren't they? Lovely trophies, really like this, perfect.
And you've got a fair bit, you've got 2 bottles of champagne now, you know, where's the party later?
I think my wife will be pleased. Yeah, let's go and celebrate. But actually, I might give one of these to the boys because Nielsen have been absolutely amazing with their support this weekend.
Fantastic.
And I know they've got a busy time. They're off out back to Europe straight away, pretty much. So this one's for them and for Tommy and the coaching and friendly support.
Very easily. It was a similar sort of pattern, actually, wasn't it? To sort of race 1, Mike was keeping you under pressure, but you just held him at bay throughout the race, really.
Yeah, I decided to go a bit more aggressive this time, straight out the box. It helped with the tyres.
Yeah.
So we got the tyres up to temperature more quickly, and it felt great. So it was, then we just bring it home to the flag.
They make some noise, don't they?
Oh,
they my word! What is it like to drive? Come on.
Some baffles in there. We could take those out, and make it louder.
Can we? Look, congratulations! What an incredible weekend for you. I can see underneath that helmet you're all smiles. So
I always am, yeah.
Go on, go celebrate with your team because there you go. Congratulations! That is Bon Grimes, the winner of the Open class. This man here is Sir Chris Hoy, is the winner of the Revolution class as well. Let me just move out of the way before I get run over. As if perfect timing, isn't it, as well? I do know James is just going to hand the trophy before we grab a quick word with Sir Chris there. But yeah, we had a chat with him actually, didn't we, in the assembly area before the race. I had to wait quite a while in there, but managed to get the job done. Look at that as well. Let's grab a quick word when he's got a second. It was all about the game plan, wasn't it? Came under incredible pressure from Chris Short, but unfortunately Chris Short, an error by him, allowed Sir Chris to get back into it as well. Just let him take the trophy.
Chris Short there. Yeah, it was getting, both of our tyres were going off when he did this on the TV.
There we go, look. Fantastic stuff. So Chris, I imagine you've got quite a big enough trophy cabinet as it is anyway, but you're getting quite a collection of these now as well.
There's always space for one more.
It was a great battle with Chris Short, wasn't it? And he actually got past, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I think he stuck his tyres there in the gravel, and so you're able to come back through.
It was a great battle, and I think it was good fair racing. You know, both of our tyres were going off. You could see the back end was starting to swing around, and unfortunately, I think he just got on the gas a bit too soon, and he spun it on Luffield. But yeah, it was good fun while it lasted. But I'm glad that I was ahead of him when he spun.
We spoke in the assembly area actually, and you said it's all about gameplay. Get a good start. Lap by lap, it's exactly what you did, and it's proof. Stick to the plan, and it could come home.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cliche, but you've got to do it one lap at a time and just not think too far ahead. And it's hard when your closest rival spins off and you start thinking, I could win this, but you're trying to just say just one lap at a time. And anything could go wrong at any moment in motorsport, so you don't take anything for granted. But that was great fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I can see it. Big smile on your face. Thanks. Enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of the day. Fantastic stuff there. Big congratulations to the man there, Bon Grimes, who's made it a pair of wins, and of course Sir Chris Hoy, who wins the Revolution class. I'm going to hand back to your commentator because it's almost time for the next Caterham race.
for the Sports Prototype Cup.
I feel bad for dobbing in Bonamy Grimes to you now after that.
You've got to love
What can
it.
I say? I'm a journalist.
You've got to love it. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Alan. Smashing stuff as ever. And the sun is still out here, which is one of the best things about today. It just keeps the whole positive vibe going. We've got another pair of races to go before the main event later on today. Next up, we have the Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 and Max 5 Racing Championship categories. And then after that, we'll have Sigmax and Sigma 135s. Then we'll have a roughly 20-minute tea break, maybe a little bit less if we run slightly over, and then the main event of the weekend, the Silver Lake C1 Challenge.
Right, so we're down in the paddock, and I'm delighted to be joined by John Benfield. John, talk us through qualifying. How did it go for you?
Rather not, actually. not brilliant. Don't seem to have confidence around this track.
Right.
A few areas where just can't carry the speed.
Yeah.
Catch up to people in the corners, and then don't carry the speed out. Therefore don't overtake them, and therefore have the same problem. So I was backing off, catching people up, not capitalising on it, backing off, and just, I will be mid to back.
Well, I wanted to talk to you actually, John, because yes, I did look at the time issues, but race conditions is very different to qualifying, because you don't want to mess up anybody's lap in qualifying, but in race, it's all or nothing, isn't it? Can you and will you be aggressive in the race?
I'm not. I'm too considerate when I race, but no. There are things in that qualifying session that I wouldn't have gone for, because to my mind it's qualifying. I don't want to bend someone's car. When it comes to the race, I will be a bit more aggressive. I will put it up gently on the inside if I need to. I will outbrake people. So no, the race is different. Qualifying, I don't have that killer instinct.
No, I totally get that, and that's why neither do I. That's why I'm doing this instead. But race one, we've got 2 races today. Perhaps race one a bit of a learner, a bit more confidence in race 2.
I don't know. I like long races, so 25-minute first race, 30-minute second race. I'm looking forward to it. I need to be fast off the block. Not lose the groups that are in front, because as soon as you start doing that, you lose that tone and you get dragged into the group behind you. So the important thing is go out fast. You don't have to do too much tyre management here, but look after them, don't overheat them, don't slide the car around, keep on a group in front of you, and then make up those places and come home.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
There's a lot of us out there. We have the mix with the MX-5s as well. Some of those are slowish, and others are obviously quicker. And I discovered today, and they've let us know, so we've let our drivers know that some of the newer cars, in fact the one just actually beside us is a new Fiat engine one, they have ABS.
Right.
So they actually outbrake the Caterhams. So we're going to have to be careful in some of the corners where we're catching up these guys. They will outbrake us. So some of the front of the grid need to be very aware that they don't slide into the back of a Mazda, which will be unfortunate for everyone.
Look, John, best of luck for the race.
Right.
Thanks so much for talking to us, and we'll see you out there.
Right,
Thank you. That's John at Benfield in, as you can see, the 150 car.
Drivers, and always a pleasure to drive on the full fat Silverstone layout.
Yeah, it's a hell of a challenge for these cars as well.
Go on, Alan, we had you for a minute.
Just before we get the race underway and we get lots of noise, can I say a very, very happy 72nd birthday to Michael Wesley, Simon's son, and Simon got in touch with me and said it would make his day if we wished him a happy birthday. Well, what better place to be? Silverstone, racing, 24-hour race and sunshine. Happy birthday, Michael.
Yeah, happy birthday, Michael. Have a fantastic day. We really do hope you enjoy yourself and enjoy the racing as well, of course, and don't get bored to death by our commentary. Now we've got the Caterhams making their way around now, and of course the Max 5s as well. Multiple classes of Max 5s, let's not forget. So we have, just to explain it very quickly, Class A in the Max 5 Racing Championship is the Mark IV Mazda MX-5, the very newest shape. Class B is the Mark III. Class C is the older Mark I. It used to be called the Unos. Was it the Unos Roadster? Is that how they pronounced it? Or the Unos Roadster?
Unos,
it was Unos. Someone once said to me Unos, and I thought that does actually make a little bit more sense, but clearly not. Mazda RX-8, the only one out there is Class D, Ben Taylor, and then Class LNV, apparently. Oh, sorry, Invitational. Why it would be an L, I don't know. It's Andrew Stacey and Neil Shaw in the Mazda 2s, which, as I think, was it them that you compared to Transit vans earlier, Adam?
And GT3 cars,
And
all in
GT3
about 30
cars.
seconds.
Yes,
yeah.
so if you want a car that's like a GT3 car but also a Transit, get yourself a Mazda 2, everybody. But we've got them on the move at the moment. They're just having their green flag lap, and then we will get them lined up on the grid.
Be worth running through that grid order if you have the sheet in front of you.
I swear you can see me on TSL right now looking for it.
Yes. I'm watching.
Always watching, always watching. Right then, let me just grab this for you, everybody, because as mentioned before, we do have it so that there are 2 separate sheets for these grids. So we need to make sure that we get the right one. So, pole position then goes the way of Jason McCormack in the 125 alongside Jamie Winrow. Then we have Benjamin Lopez Appleton and Jamie Elwood on row 2. Harry Kramer and David Yates make up row 3, ahead of Andrew Perry and James de Lusignan. Then it's Jim Earlham and Tim Child rounding out your top 10, ahead of Douglas Christie and Andy Ebden. Jonathan Ems is 13th, ahead of James Gilmore, with Gideon Wilkinson and Barry White, no, not that Barry White, on row 8. Robert Warner, Jonathan Curry, Andrew Whitten and Gary Curtis round out your top 20. And then in the Max 5s, we have Benjamin Greenhill on pole position ahead of Sam Hicks, then Ian Loversage with John Halliwell in 4th. Jeremy Shipley is 5th ahead of Kimberly Nolan, with Ben Taylor and Andrew Stacey 7th and 8th. Then it's Marshall Glynn and Joe Jacob, Neil Shaw and Paul Roddison round out your grid. But watch out for Roddison, because he won the Max 5s in the first race of the day with these guys, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely. It was, as always, quite the dog pile in that battle, but those were the main protagonists, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Mr. Lopez Appleton, I think Benjamin Lopez Appleton could be the dark horse in this one. He was, once he was up into that 3rd position, he did a stellar job at retaining it, and I think that he will be right there with McCormack and Winrow this time around. They both acknowledged, of course, to Alan in the pit lane that they were very lucky to break off into a 2-car leading battle. It's usually a little more populous than that at the front end. So I think that they're not going to have it all their own way this time. I'd expect Winrow and of course Elwood, who was the winner last time, is starting, I believe, from 4th. Kramer, Yates and Perry, good to see him out there, of course, after he had to withdraw last time. Fast starting from 8th place last time. We'll see what he can do from his slot on the grid this time around. I think there are a good number of contenders. I wouldn't want to make any guesses as to the podium, not just who's on it, but in what order.
You knew what question was on the way,
Yep.
didn't you? It's almost as if you knew me that well already, that you knew who I was going to ask who your money's on. Well, Jamie Winrow is definitely one to watch. He was pole position earlier on today. He's now 2nd on the grid, swapping with Jason McCormack. So there's 2 blue cars and 2 red cars near the front of the field, just to make a commentator's life difficult. Jamie Elwood and Harry Kramer are the 2 red cars on the 2nd row of the grid from the first race, and actually this time they're 4th and 5th. As I definitely get them the wrong way around. They're actually already underway as well. I didn't realise they'd be stopped on the grid for such a short time, but the lights are out on their way. Elwood is down the inside into turn 1, but it looks like McCormack has held on. Done a fantastic job of it, and we just wait for the Max 5 cars to go. Oh, and one of them's gone early. A lot of them have gone early. There was 2 different Union Jacks waved. There was a marshal at the back of the field that's waved one. I think it was the 12 that's gone early there, Adam, sorry, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Okay, so that's potentially going to be a matter of discourse among the Max 5 drivers. No discourse among the leaders, though. McCormack has got a brilliant lead as they head off down the hanger straight for the first time. No doubt he'll be in amongst it by the time they get towards Stowe. However, it's the number 12 in the lead, under some review, I imagine, unfortunately, but it is indeed the number 12 Mazda at the head of the pack again. Of course, fast starting last time as well was the driver of, is the number 2 in the program, of course, so that's worth bearing in mind for everybody as well, that it is the number 2 in the program, but it is the number 12 car in the Mazdas. Let's see where the Caterhams are then. They should be just coming towards me, Abbey and Farm. Will it still be McCormack at the head of the order? Wouldn't put money on it necessarily, because they do switch quite a lot, and sure enough, it's wise that I didn't, because it's all change as they head towards Village for the first time. It is still just about McCormack, but he had Elwood right up his inside, and a big dive from further back as well in the leading pack. There's certainly no fear of a 2-car breakaway this time. McCormack's got a slight advantage. Then it's the 46 of Winrow recovering to second place after losing a few spots around the back end of the circuit. Elwood right there with him in third place, but it is McCormack who leads. He rather looks like one man running away from 100 at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting one, because there's this army of 2x2x2 behind him, 6 of them all together. Elwood, the cork in the bottle as things stand. There's a little bit of argy-bargy a bit further down. There's a wheel arch gone walkabouts in the middle of Luffield. As you say, McCormack from Elwood, and then Lopez Appleton just behind him, and then it's anybody else's guess really as the race continues. Just trying to see who it was with the arch missing on the right rear after that contact, but it's a bit further back in the pack now and hard to tell, because once they've already gone past me and I can't see the numbers anymore, that's when I can see whether the arch is still on.
I think we have a rather more major issue for the number 46 for Winrow. He's completely dislodged the front nose of his car, so that's aerodynamically inefficient for one, and at risk of a black and orange flag for two. So that's quite a major malady for Winrow, who made up some places on the first lap and is now falling through the order. Of course, visibility probably a slight issue as well, with the nose sticking up, not quite at a fully mast angle, but not too far from it.
We've got an MX-5 in the pits, one of the Mark III's, number 86. That is that Loversage?
That
no,
is
it's not.
No, that's
Greenhill.
Yes, that's Greenhill, our winner in Class B from last time, who was right up amongst the Class A's, the Mark IV MX-5s in our last race. Unfortunately, isn't going to replicate that performance this time around by the sounds of it, and it is still John Halliwell in the lead in the MX-5s with a little bit of a gap over the 555 of Paul Rodison. We wait for the Caterhams to come back into view, and sure enough they do, and it is quite the gap now. It's actually starting to look somewhat like a one-car breakaway as opposed to two in the favour of McCormack. So great driving to this point from Jason McCormack, and 3 wide heading into the loop. That was, among others, the trip 113 of Andrew Perry looking to make up some places. The dislodged nose on the 46 of Winrow has now completely detached itself from the car. Quite where its final resting place was is a mystery to me, but he's managed to shed the loose part at least, which should mean he won't get a black and orange flag for his troubles.
We have also had the 86 Mazda into pit lane. Now it has left. I didn't get to the car in time. There was a conversation with the team, but whether the car, it's been dispatched down pit lane, but whether it's turning right and going to the paddock or rejoining the circuit, perhaps you can tell us.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the issue was. It didn't seem like there was any visible damage from that car. It just came into the pits and...
Oh, the car looked absolutely fine when it came past me.
Yeah, I was going to say, it must be a mechanical issue underneath. We've had a...
Mazda lead is about to come under contest coming through Brooklands.
I will have a look. Yes, they are side by side. And it is the aforementioned Rodison chasing after the... under the watchful eye of the stewards, number 12, you could say, because after the unbelievable lightning start, where I think there was 2 Union Jack flags, one at the gantry, one at the back, not sure which one they were watching, but either way, they've got a little bit of company as well there, in the form of the number 37 of Hicks, who is stuck right with them there at the moment, all in the same class, of course, all in Class A, which is the Mark IV Mazda MX-5, but all having a really good fight together there. Sam Hicks, that is, in the number 7.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, back up to second place, at least when they came past me at Maggots and Beckett's, which means it's almost inevitably no longer the case. But it was actually Winrow with the partly exposed front end on his Caterham. Maybe the weight shedding, a kilo dropped, has done him some benefit. We'll see where they come out. It's been a little while since they last came into my sight. Sure enough, there they are now, right on cue through Abbey and Farm, and it is still Winrow in second place under pressure from Elwood. I believe, is it still Lopez Appleton in fourth place behind? In fact, no, yes, it is Lopez Appleton behind, and then Yates following them. So Yates has got past a couple of people on this lap as well. It's the 125 McCormack, followed by Winrow, followed by the number 2 of Elwood, and then in fourth place, actually, I think it might actually be Perry. Perry has been on a charge in his car, the 113 that of course had to withdraw early last time. No such issues so far in this race. He'll be looking to try and get a podium for his troubles.
McCormack's going to be absolutely loving this at the moment, not having to worry about all of these sort of, well, I don't know what else you could describe them as, but all of these drivers that are just battling away behind. There's 3 wide as they come around Woodcote. That's the 114, the 113 and the number 3. So that's Perry, Yates and Earlham all together. They go 3 wide down towards Copse. They all sort themselves out before they get there, but wow, it's certainly getting lively. We've got a car flicking up some dust a bit further back. He's managed to continue on the exit of Luffield, number 85. That's Lachlan.
Almost 3 wide heading into Maggots Beckett's. In the battle for second place, it's Elwood that's managed to push through into second. He's been followed by Lopez Appleton. Then I believe it's Yates in the 114 that may have followed him through, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually the 121 of Kramer. What am I talking about? But nonetheless, great battle for second place. But as you rightly say, McCormack is going to be absolutely rubbing his hands together with glee here, because he's effectively pulled off a heist here with 11 minutes and a half left to run in this race. Being 2.1 seconds clear is really stupendous. And we were talking about the final resting place of the nose of Winrow's car. I think I found it just by glancing an eye on the brilliant pictures on the live stream. It is right on the exit of the hangar, right on the entrance, I should say, the hangar straight coming out to Maggots and Beckett's. But thankfully, just off the racing line. However, single file required as they come onto the hangar straight as a result of that missing bodywork.
Yeah, it's always nice to add an extra chicane to the circuit partway through the race. Constant development of Silverstone has been often helped by the drivers, as you can see. We've got the bright green Mazda 2 just coming out of the final corner. That, I believe, is number 25 of Andrew Stacey. He was very much in a bit of no man's land in the first race. Same with the number 11 MX-5 that's with him there. Those two were in a very spread out race. And again, the number 333 of Neil Shaw, which is in the programme as number 33. And actually the number 11, I believe, is actually down as the 111, is it not, Joe Jake?
Yes, it's well, I think it's actually now the 11. It was the number 111 this morning. He's since peeled a number off the side of it.
Weight saving.
Yes.
Now the leaders have just come into my sight again. It's McCormack and then a 10-car train, all within a matter of seconds of one another, and it's wonderful to watch. But second and third in that train, third and fourth overall, is Lopez Appleton and the 114, I believe, of it was Kramer, the 121. Yates is just behind those guys. Apologies, I got them the wrong way around there. There's another battle a bit further back, people moving over on the straight on one another, really trying to squeeze each other to the line, but this is incredibly close racing. We've got a car slow here, Adam, but I'll get back to you on that one in a sec.
Okay, well, the battle ongoing. There's also a great battle still going for the Max 5s heading towards your neck of the woods as well, side by side for the lead between Roddison and Halliwell, who is still under investigation. But brilliant battle for second place, as we've said time and time again, among these Caterham Grad 150s, the Sigma 150 class. At the moment, it seems to be falling in favour of Elwood, who's just broken free just slightly from the angry mob in third place and back. That's, of course, including the walking wounded car of Winrow, but they continue on their way down through the lap. The Max 5s have been and gone past you, I imagine, but what order were they in?
Anybody's guess, usually, but no, in fairness, it was Rodison still leading Halliwell. As it says on TSL, he is very much under investigation. Hicks is then ahead of Leslie, who I think has still dropped down. No, he's not dropped down any further by the look of it, but he's in the number 41 car, and he seems to have dropped down quite a bit, so maybe an issue on that lap for him.
10-second penalty, false start for car number 12, so that has been officially recognised. Also car 113, that is Perry, Andrew Perry, exceeding track limits, black and white flag, so he's going to have to make sure he keeps at least 2 of his wheels on the black stuff for the remainder of the race, otherwise he shall be told off in no uncertain terms. He's just fallen behind the 167 actually, he's dropped down to 9th place, the 167 of course coming from quite a way back, I believe, on the grid. Just trying to find that. Douglas Christie started at 11th, so he's up to 8th place. He's having a decent run, but he's going to have to worry about Andrew Perry, and Andrew Perry is going to have to worry about his use of this Silverstone real estate.
Now Elwood has broken away from the pack behind a little bit. They're all going past the 333 Mazda 2 of Neil Shaw down the straight, absolutely flying by. It's probably the best place for them to catch him because they all stream through. I think maybe one of them just quite isn't able to get past him there. That's Earlham at the back of that train, the bright green machine, just not able to get past him, but I think manages it mid-corner. Obviously the extra capability from his Caterham really helping him do that, but the battling further down is absolutely wonderful stuff to watch. There's so many of them fighting close together, you never know which way it's going to go, and the thing is, it's hard to mentally memorize everything that's going on, isn't it? It's long and short of it.
Yes, it's often tricky to place. Okay, that was 5 cars going right past me at once, but what position are they fighting for exactly? It's great racing all throughout the field of the Caterhams. The cameras for the live stream and many of us watching here at trackside very much focusing on this battle for 3rd place. Winrow in the 46, 3rd across the line, and unfortunately he's rather lost track, as we said, just with Elwood, who's comfortably in 2nd now. Jamie Elwood has broken free and isn't able to do much about McCormack ahead of him. Word as well to Winrow, last lap of the fastest of the race, 2:26.591. We've not seen many 2:26s from anyone outside of the top 3 in this race so far, so great stuff from Winrow. He's got a turn of pace on, but I think he's going to have to hold on to 3rd place and not really challenge for 2nd any further. In fact, I'm going to immediately eat my words, because Elwood has been closed up on quite significantly on this lap, and now leading the charge behind him is the number 55. So Lopez Appleton has managed to dive back into 3rd place. He's going to have to try and stave off the advances of Winrow, of course, who wants his 3rd place back. And Lopez Appleton is probably going to be sat there saying, no, work with me. Let's try and close up on Elwood.
You'd often see them in karting. If you could see one another, they'd tap each other's helmets. They'd sort of, well, not each other, but they'd tap the helmet and sort of say, like, use your head, let's move forward and think and work together. But you don't get quite that visibility in this. So McCormack crosses the line once again. Still 5 minutes to go. And then Elwood's got a bit of a gap now. But like you say, Lopez Appleton will be thinking, no, what are you doing? Don't overtake me. Or at least when you're going to do it down a straight, so then I can get a bit of slipstream off you and we can work together forwards, not round corners.
But he's also just as guilty as Lopez Appleton, because he could be behind, he could stick behind Winrow himself if he really wanted to synergize. But that's not what's happening. But it's certainly a great battle between them, as there are 3 wide heading into Maggots Beckett's. Winrow has already had his nose cut off, literally. Didn't want it to happen again, has backed out of that one, and it's Kramer now challenging Lopez Appleton. This has given Elwood just a little bit of breathing room again as they head down the hangar straight, but it is less breathing room than it once was. It's down to a few tenths as opposed to 1.5 seconds, so he's certainly not out of the woods yet in car number 2. And a great fight that we're seeing for what is second place / third place, and Lopez Appleton was rather sideways as well through Maggots Beckett's just a few moments ago as well. He's pushing the limits.
Just to let you know, we've had the 27 Chris Savage car into pit lane. The team had a brief conversation. The car has turned right at the end of pit lane, so I think that car is a retirement heading for the paddock.
That's a shame for them. Quite sure what caused it.
And we did have an incident just a few moments ago at Stowe. I think it was Lopez Appleton that maybe caught the worst of that. Ended up getting his nose chopped off at Stowe, and had to back out of it, and has, I think, dropped several positions as a result of the moment. I'll just see where he is on circuit. I think he's dropped down as far as 6th place. In fact, even further than that by the looks of it. And all contact as they go through the village loop. Was that Lopez Appleton all the way down outside the top 10? Yes, he is. He's now behind the 129, so he's down in 12th place behind Child, and he tapped the back of Child quite a lot there, and Child has shed his rear fender as a result of the contact, and it's right there on the racing line on Wellington Straight, and thankfully the lightness of the part has allowed the wind from the other cars to carry it offline. But certainly Lopez Appleton aggrieved there after losing quite a few places on the run between Stowe and Club Corner.
So side by side down the straight in the middle of the pack. I'll say in the middle of the pack for 3rd and 4th place. Down the inside again. Yeah, Lopez Appleton no longer in that fight, but it was Kramer and Perry still having a good scrap. Sorry, Winrow was the one moving ahead there, I think. So they're still having a good ding-dong. And then even a bit further down the order, they're still fighting really, really hard here. I'm just waiting to see who it is that's coming across the line. I think Curtis was the last one through, so I think it's going to be Hughes in the 17, or at least he's in this fight somewhere. He's second in this fight now, because it's the 172 Smith in front of him. You'll see them coming out of Copse in a moment. It seems to be all the green and orange cars together here, Adam.
Yes, absolutely. There is a colour-coordinated scrap for position, and looks like they've stayed in the same order for the time being. Speaking of staying in the same order, it's all very... Oh, we have a car off on the exit of Copse. It's the number 99 that just gets back underway a few moments ago. Just clocked it on the live stream, but ended up sat there at the exit of the corner for a moment, which is never a pleasant place to be. I think it was the yes, it was the 69, I think, actually, that had that moment. But a car stranded on the exit of Copse is never fun. We are just a minute and 10 seconds away from the end of this race, so last lap incoming, and we know that the battles get ever more heated as we approach the last lap, and the battle for second still very, very close indeed. It's between Kramer from the back in 4th place. He's following Elwood in 2nd, and Winrow in P3. They then have a gap back to the 5th place driver, the 113 leading the charge. That's Andrew Perry, followed by the number 3 car of Earlham, and a gaggle of others. It looks like the lead is settled, but I think 2nd and 3rd are far less secure.
Yeah, you never know which way this is going to go now. There's a lot of people vying for position, and they're just about to catch up to what I think is the number 11 MX-5, and then the Mazda RX-8 of Ben Taylor, the 184. Quite easy pickings for these. I apologise, it's the number 14 MX-5 that they're just catching up with. Both of them grey, so I can probably be forgiven. But now, Winrow and Kramer are actually starting to close in on Elwood here, you know, so much so that Elwood feels the need to move to the right on the way into Copse to break the slipstream here, Adam. This could very quickly switch the other way with a good run down the Hanger Straight.
Yes, he's had to make more plentiful use of the wing mirrors in the last couple of laps than he had to for quite a while. It looked like he had second signed, sealed and delivered maybe 5 laps ago, and it's much less the case now. As they go through Maggots and Beckett's, they don't quite catch up some Mazda traffic, and that's a blessing for Elwood, because that means the bottling up effect, the bunching up effect doesn't happen. He also gets a little bit of a tow down the Hanger Straight as a result, which nulls the pull from behind from Winrow and Kramer, and we will see whether or not he can hold on to that 2nd place from my far vantage point as they go through Stowe. It looks as though second place is still with Elwood. Winrow and Kramer ended up bottled up behind the RX-8, I believe, going through Stowe, so they lost touch slightly with Elwood. That could be the opportunity that Elwood needs here to just give himself a sigh of relief down the Wellington Straight. The last thing you want to be, or the last situation you want to be in a Caterham is under attack down the Wellington Straight in a slipstream battle, but thankfully I think he's just about distanced himself. Someone who distanced himself quite a long time ago and has never looked back, of course, is Jason McCormack, now 4.3 seconds clear from the battle for second place, heading through the village loop for the final time now, and past my commentary position as he heads on to the Wellington Straight. It's been a commanding performance from McCormack in the 125 car. He should be jolly chuffed with his performance, and a late break for second place. Winrow has taken the second position, but Elwood with a great run looks like he's going to claim his place back as they run down to Brooklands, and Kramer is in amongst it as well as they come back into your line of sight in just a second. Chaz.
Yes, they do, just into the final couple of corners now, and Elwood is back in front. He's managed to return the favour. Incredible stuff on the final laps, but they've just got to focus on getting a good run to the line now. Elwood gets his foot down, but McCormack round the final corner through Woodcote. Fantastic performance from him. Elwood is going to take second place, and Winrow is going to go third, with Kramer in fourth, followed by Perry, then Earlham, then Lopez Appleton, and then the 129 machine of Child. I think we've lost a few of them actually from in that battle there, maybe. Some of them potentially dropping down. It looks like Christian de Lusignan have dropped down a bit, maybe a position too many from an incident at some point there, Adam. I'm not sure.
Possibly so. I mean, there's just looking at
they've crossed the line now. Sorry, they were just in amongst. There's a train of 6 just gone past me. They've sort of fallen back and then became part of that.
I see. Well, the hallmark of an interesting Caterham race is looking around the circuit and seeing the bodywork, and just watching the YouTube live stream for a few seconds there, I can see that there's bodywork at various different points around the circuit, so we've certainly had a compelling battle. Also, speaking of compelling battles, we still have one for the lead in the Max 5 class, albeit with Halliwell receiving a 10-second penalty. It's null and void, but he had a little nibble at Roddison as they went through the loop for the final time. Roddison is now driven away down the Wellington Straight, having got a much better run. I think Halliwell, will he hold on to second in class? I think he will, yes. He's got over 10 seconds over Hicks in third place, so even once that 10 seconds is applied, Halliwell will claim second. I think he can regard that as a lucky break in the Max 5 Class A.
Yeah, Roddison just coming around the final corner now. Crosses the line to take the win. And of course, 10-second penalty will be applied to Halliwell. So Appleton goes through as well. And I'm sure that'll be applied afterwards, so he's not actually been classed as ahead of him yet. Oh, there it goes. Yep, it's just been applied afterwards, so there you go. Halliwell now has that 10-second penalty applied, and he will drop a bit further down. Hicks goes through as well. He actually lost quite a lot of ground to those guys a little bit later on, didn't he, in the race then?
Yes, I think that was not too dissimilar from the first race. There was clearly a pair of drivers with the pace advantage today in the Max 5 Class A's, and it was our class winner, the 555 of Roddison, and Halliwell, albeit Halliwell with a slightly eager start, meant that he couldn't really contend for class victory.
Still a fantastic race. We've got the number 45 just crossing the line now, which is Shipley, and then we wait for the final car to come through, which will be Marshall Glynn in the bright yellow number 31 Mazda MX-5 Mark III. He's just coming around now, and just to show the pace difference in the cars, he's obviously on his full pace final lap of the race, and the Caterham race winners are still right behind him despite being on a slowdown lap. So, you know, no disrespect to Marshall Glynn. Of course, he crosses the line now to finish the race, but it just shows the pace difference with those Caterhams. But still, very entertaining all the same, and we've got more of the same coming up, despite it being more and more Caterhams again, haven't we, Adam?
Yep, Sigmax and Sigma 135s out on circuit in just a few minutes, but I believe Alan Hyde will expect the the winners and Caterhams in just a few seconds.
Not only expect, but also get, because Jay McCormack has turned right, and the TV crew get the first opportunity to speak to Jay, and I get a thumbs up from him in the cockpit of the car, but I might see if I can get also the car of Paul Rodderson, as they tend not to pull the class winners over, so they get to speak to the winner first. Can I just tell you as well?
Go on.
Go on. What were you about to say?
I was just going to say Rodderson is about a minute away from you.
Is he? Well, I'm ever so eager and keen, and also if I stand out on the middle part of the pit lane, then it's a lot warmer, because in the shadow of the garages it's actually become a little bit chilly. There was a big dark cloud that went over the sunshine and took away all our fun for a few minutes during the latter stages of that race, and as soon as the sun goes in, we immediately lose all the lovely temperature that we've been.
Right, here he is, he's the winner. Come on, Jason. We spoke in the assembly area, didn't we? And you got him that time.
Yeah.
To talk us through, it was quite a race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. They seemed to just get caught up battling. I got the break and got away, and yeah, just kept my head down as qualifying laps, and pulled it off. Got revenge.
You got revenge. And you actually opened up a bit of a gap as well. We don't normally see that in Caterham,
It was
do we?
totally unexpected. I really didn't expect to be able to pull away like that, but I'm not complaining. It was, yeah, it was good.
Great conditions.
Yeah, I had a point to prove in that race.
Well, you certainly proved it, didn't you? What does this mean for the championship going forward for you?
I'm not in the championship. I'm only a guest racer, an
Oh, you're only
invitational
guesting.
racer today.
Oh, well.
So Jamie Elwood took the win for the championship points.
Well, they're probably glad then, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you keep winning these races.
Not bad for a fat old man to be able to come out and still stick it to these
He's out there,
young
come on.
lads.
He's out there. Jason, go on, enjoy the rest of the day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. We've actually got Paul Rodderson down here as well from the Max 5. See, we've got a chance to grab a quick word with him. Mr. Rodderson, how's it going? I don't suppose you have a mask, do you, Paul? What a fine looking car this is in the Max 5 Championship though, isn't it? In fact, it was Paul Rodderson who took the victory in race 1 as well. Great stuff. It's roaring at the minute, just listen to it. And here we go. Paul, double bubble this weekend, congratulations. What was it like out there?
It didn't start very well because obviously quali had a problem with the car, so I missed quali. So first race I had a lot of work to do. Second race I was hoping to start at the front where we normally finish. But because we were on the back of the Caterhams, their policy is your second quickest lap time is where you start. So of course that put me at the back again. So yeah, it was hard work, but it was good fun.
You're a bit of a dab hand behind the wheel then, keep coming through and winning.
John doesn't make it easy, but you know, the car's feeling really well. And I can just push on. So yeah, we're good. Very
Fantastic. Well done, double bubble for this weekend for Paul Rodderson. Right, it's time to hand back to your commentator. It's time, would you believe, already for the final Caterham race of the weekend.
I'm starting at the very back of the grid. At least it makes the race entertaining for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, that time I got a bit better start than the first race, but as I just said, we had a problem in quali where for some reason the battery was just flat, it wouldn't start. It wouldn't bump start or anything. So consequently I started at the back on the first race. Our policy is normally where you finish.
Thanks for having a chat to us down here in Park Fairmay. There we go. They are our 2 class winners, and we have 1 race more before we get to our 24-hour race. Remember that big sort of dark cloud? it is still over the sunshine, and it's not fair.
It's granted me my wish.
What,
It's so
things
cool
cool
in
down a
here.
bit? Yeah.
The cloud of good fortune.
Well, personally, I don't like it because the jumper's going to have to go back on. Quite chilly in pit lane without the.
It's a nice jumper, though. Actually, I was
lovely.
admiring that this morning. Wasn't I?
Well, yes, it was until I spilled coffee down
Oh,
this morning,
no.
which is absolutely fine because it's a black jumper, so it didn't show. However, when you then take the jumper off and you have a white shirt beneath it, there has been seepage. So.
Well, to be fair, admittedly in my break I had a chocolate hobnob, and a bit of melted chocolate on my bright white Chas Draycott Media shirt has stained just above my logo. So. That's gone down well.
It's not often on the cleanest eater in a commentary box, but that seems to be what's happened for today.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I honestly, the missus will just kill me because I just moan about getting a mucky shirt, and then she'll just be like, "Oh, what are you like?" Anyway, we have 487 Caterhams in the next race of the day, by the look of it on the grid. But if you look closely enough, you'll find out that's about 53. Stephen Clark is on pole position in the number 25 car. Harry Senior alongside him in the 28 on the front row. We then have Simon Griffiths in the number 16, the white car, with Matthew Willoughby in the number 82. Then we have Ben Winrow on row 3 with Glenn Burtonshaw for company in the 72 car. Kevin Barrett in the number 1 is alongside Neil Sturgis in the number 9 with
Hello,
Luke
everybody, welcome
Duro
back to the assembly
and
area.
Jason
It is almost
Gale
time
rounding
now,
out
isn't it, for
10.
more Caterham action.
In
Let's
the
go have a quick
second
chat with some of the
class in this
drivers
race,
whilst
which is
we're
the
down here.
Sigma
We've got
135,
David
we have
Yates.
Simon
Let's
Shaw
have a quick chat
on
with
pole
David
position in the
because,
number 86. He's got Tom
David,
Power.
it was anybody's for third, wasn't it? And just missed out. But what's the plan this time?
Oh, it was a great competition.
It was fantastic to
This
watch.
time, more of the same. Hopefully, one more place. At least one more place.
What about Jamie and Jason? Are they catchable?
Yeah, we messed up ourselves. We were just, every corner we were going into, we were compromising each other and obviously allowed the two of them to get away. So hopefully we can maybe a bit more sense this time and try and stick with them.
Fantastic. I'll let you get yourself ready.
Thanks.
Enjoy the sunshine as well, won't you? And let's go grab a quick word of Harry Kramer whilst we're over here as well. Harry, hello. You've done this car for me because red's my favourite colour. But we don't want to see any red flags, of course. Talk us through race 1 first of all. How did it go for you?
Oh, it was madness. Absolutely frenetic, but really good fun. Yeah, it was all very clean racing. Unfortunately, Jamie and who was Jamie with?
Yes, Jamie Elwood won it, and then of course Jason came second. Yeah,
that was the one. Yeah, they unfortunately they both broke away, which was a bit of a shame because they were sort of towing each other around and scurried off. Yeah. So we were having our own little battle, but yeah, it was.
It's funny you say that. David said exactly that. Actually, we kind of let them get away.
Number 60,
yourself and you were all kind of mixing it together, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and it was changing with every corner. Yeah, it was really good fun.
Fantastic.
More of the same, hopefully.
More of the same, definitely. Thank you, Harry. Let's grab a quick word with Jason. I did want to speak to him because he was pushing Jamie so hard, wasn't he, in that race 1? Can he get him this time? Jason, how you doing? Oh my word, race 1 was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race.
You're going to get him this time?
Absolutely, payback. I'm not sure we'll break away in the tow this time.
Yes, yeah.
And I'd just like to say hello to all the spectators at Paddy's Bar who's watching me.
Nice.
I hope you're all getting very drunk.
Save a pint for us as well, please. The game plan, is it just, it could come down to the very last lap, couldn't it? In fact, it probably will come down to the last lap.
Yeah, well, the tow here is everything. Yeah, it will most certainly come down to the last lap. Awesome. There's no getting away here.
Jason, best of luck, and everybody at Paddy's Bar, please, I really want a pint. Cheers. Thanks, mate. What a sight we've got of the cars. Just keep coming on a little bit longer just before we break off. I want to give a special mention as well to the Max 5 cars as well. They're right at the other end, but Paul Roderson, of course, taking the race 1 win. What's going to happen in race 2? It's going to be full of excitement. Can these chaps here get to the front and tackle Jamie Elwood? He's the championship leader. We're about to find out. In fact, they've got to go out now, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator to talk you through the action. It's going to be a cracker.
These guys race for less amount of time, but that's just part and parcel of motor racing. When we've got quick turnaround races like this, it just happens. And as a driver, you're not going to really moan about not being on track for 2, maybe 3 minutes. It's part of what we get here, but still, really good stuff from Race Control, well thought out, nice and slick, and it gets us back on time, of course, for our very time-sensitive main event of the day, which will be the Silver Lake C1 Challenge 24-hour race. It's an absolute pleasure to be here for this as well. It's a fantastic event. I've watched it multiple times and always enjoyed the coverage, and thought I really must go and see that one day. And here we are. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. Slightly down on the UK record holding grid from 2019, of course. That is to be expected. The financial climate rather tumultuous in the last 12 months, and being budget racing, it will have affected a number of teams, but still to have well in excess of 50 cars for a 24-hour race is more than enough to keep us on our toes all throughout the race, and I have no doubt that there will be plenty of competitive teams in that order later on. No doubt we're going to have a very competitive race now for the Caterhams, and believe the front runners are just making their way around the last couple of corners to line up with you, Chaz.
They are indeed. It'd be a good thing if I turned my microphone on, not off, when I wanted to speak. But we have Griffiths in third place. Simon Griffiths alongside Matthew Willoughby in the red 82 car. Now that's an interesting second row. Those two both very, very quick indeed. So make sure you keep an eye out for them. They're definitely ones to watch as this race develops. It's still going to be quite a long race actually by Caterham standards, because usually you see these sorts of cars doing like 15-minute sprint races, don't you? They're usually very, very fast short races. So we've got 60 just in front of me here now, which is a very, very lovely sort of dark grey, but with this blue highlight on it. It's a really nice looking livery actually. It's a very modern, sort of clean looking car. There's a number of brilliant liveries in the field, to be fair. It's hard to pick a winner out of these. Obviously a lot of them to an extent can start to sort of look the same with Caterhams because of the black arches on most of them. Not all of them have coloured arches at least. But we're about to get this race underway then, it seems. Everybody lined up on the grid, and the front pack is away now. That's the Sigmax cars, and then we're going to get a 10-second delay, and the Union Jack will be waved for the Sigma 135s, and they're off the line as well. Another great start for the 18 car, but it gets held up by one of the cars in front of him going slowly off the line. The 7 and the 92 are hugging each other to the left-hand side of the grid, but Adam, they've gone through with you, have they?
Yes, indeed, and it is the number 28 of Harry Senior that leads the way here in the Sigmax class. So a good start from Harry Senior. Here comes the Sigmax 135 order, and it's the number 70 that leads the way. Tom Power with his distinct blue and day glow yellow. Some slight Valentino Rossi feel to that one. He's just ahead of the 86 of Simon Shaw. The rest of the field streams through. Looks like we've got everyone through the first few corners cleanly, which is good to see. Well over 30 of the Sigma 135s to file through from that second grid. Just the 10-second delay, so those front runners in Sigma 135 will definitely catch up to some Sigmax cars before the end of this one, which is a fun little extra element for them all to consider as the race wears on into the closing stages. Just over 19 minutes of racing then for them to take on in the next few moments. The first lap of the race now. We've started things in a slightly different way, and have lost a bit of track time, as we said, but they won't be concerned about that. It's the 25 of Clark pressuring Senior as they come through, and it's the usual suspects in the top four. You've got the 28 of Clark of Senior, the 25 of Clark, the 16 of Griffiths, and then Winrow in the 24. Those were our primary protagonists earlier on, along with Burtonshaw in the lead battle earlier, and it looks like we've picked up right where we left off earlier.
Yeah, it's never a dull moment, is there? Side by side for second and third. Griffiths just trying to squeeze through there. Nothing quite doing for him this time round. But Winrow certainly looking feisty once again in that yellow car. Putting in a lot of effort. We've got somebody kicking up the dust, but it's the 28 of Senior that leads the way. Another one of the yellow cars actually making a move around the outside into Copse. They're literally every single car that I could see in the top 10 is side by side with another car at some point, Adam, as they come back to you, mate. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. There's no category that's side by side more often than Caterham's, I don't think, and it's the 28 still in the lead, so Harry Senior retains for now. The 25 and the 16 still behind. The order has stayed the same in the top 6 since they last came into my line of sight, so that doesn't actually happen often. There's usually a dramatically different running order between the 2 points of the track I can see. Through into the lead, meanwhile, of the Sigma 135s, to the delight of some, just in the foreground of my line of sight, is James McCall. So James McCall was some fans here at Maggots Beckett. He manages to make it through into the lead of class just as they headed up into Maggots Beckett. He's followed now by Simon Shaw. Tom Power, I believe, demoted to 3rd place in the Sigma 135 order. The lead battle shuffling across the last few corners. Meanwhile, in the Sigmax category, we'll see what order they're in once they come through Abbey and Farm and back into my view, which should happen in a matter of seconds. They've gone through the second sector split, so they're with me now, and sure enough, it is a slightly different order. It is, I think that's the number 25 of Clark that's made his way through into the lead of the battle, and indeed it is the 25 from the 28 of Harry Senior through into 3rd place as well. Has gone Winrow in car number 24. Looks like Winrow has set himself up for a nice run onto the Wellington straight. Can he close up on the 25 and the 28? Senior's going on the attack. He's already made himself clear and moved to the inside as they go under the bridge down the Wellington straight and towards Brooklands. It's getting more and more overcast here. They're going to be keeping an eye on the above as well as the in front and behind, I think.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that there. It may actually get a bit cooler out on track over the course of this race, but I tell you what, the action is certainly hotting up instead, just to make up for it, because the top 6 are all together.
It actually already has got significantly cooler, probably by a couple of degrees, yeah.
I was going to say, up here in the box as well, I've got a breeze coming through the door. Winrow and the number 28 of Senior are identical across the line. What was that between the two of them? Surely it was only a couple of thousandths. Senior's transponder, 5 thousandths of a second. Senior's transponder, a bit of a delay on that, but they are perfectly side by side as they come across the line. It's absolutely insatiable racing. You just cannot get enough of this, and we really do hope that this continues throughout the season for these guys. But when it gets back here at this point, Adam, to the 135s, we've got Power leading the way from Shaw, although actually that's just switched round again, a bit of a delay there. Shaw, McCall and then Power. Shaw won the race in the 135s in race 1, but they are again just one massive train.
Absolutely, both of the classes putting on excellent racing here. The 135s head towards Maggots Beckett into my line of sight now, and it is Shaw leading the way. Then we have the 50 of McCall and Power in 3rd, as you said, side by side for 4th in class as well, but that one's resolved midway through Beckett's. Great to see both classes providing such levels of action. We are just about 14 and a half minutes left to run in the race. We're on lap number 3, and we'll see what Winrow can do. Winrow's been on a charge in the last couple of laps, made up 2 places last time he went past the start-finish line. Whether or not he's still in 2nd place when he comes back into my view is, of course, rather unlikely, given the nature of the Hanger Straight and the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight as well, providing a good overtaking opportunity for these cars as they then duck through Abbey and Farm. Often come into Farm 2 by 2, and that is exactly what's happened on this occasion. It is still Clark in the 25 from Winrow in the 24, then through around the outside has gone a new protagonist in the battle there. I believe that's the number 82 of Willoughby that's got into 3rd place there, unless I'm very much mistaken, and I'm actually not for once. The 82 car into 3rd place, and Clark going on the defensive to try and hold on to his lead. Winrow has a better run down the down the Wellington straight, so may well end up around the outside and into the lead at Brooklands.
And Winrow is indeed now the race leader once again, but everybody's queuing up behind him. How they're not making contact through there, I don't know, with the weight transfer from the left to the right through Luffield, balancing the car on the Power, then putting the Power down on the exit. Now Winrow is leading them all to run as far out to the left as he can, so they all get a big slipstream and a big slingshot down there, 3 wide across the line. Senior is down the inside of the pair of them, nearly making contact as they go down towards turn 1. Winrow's down to 3rd place before he knows it. But then again, give it the hanger straight and he could get straight back in front of them all over again. I'm just going to wait to see the 135 cars come back through here, because I think any moment now, yes, they're just crossing the line now. I think it's still Shaw leading the way in that category. It is, yes, down in 20th place, but still overall leader in the 135s.
So it's Clark from Senior as they head out onto the hanger straight again, and this is classic Caterham racing. The top 8, top 9 cars all line astern, fighting for the overall lead here. The 135s come past me, and still the same as when you called it just a few moments ago there, Chaz, but a great battling for the lead at this stage of the race in both classes. And as you say, the 86 still in the lead, and in amongst, it should be said now, the Sigmax cars as well. So the 135 battle has very much caught up to the Sigmax cars at this stage, and it will soon become a little more challenging, a bit of a hostile negotiation among the tail of one group and the front runners in another. Often can cause some interesting action and racing out there on circuit. Of course, they're racing drivers. They won't care about being on separate classes. They will still fight each other tooth and nail so long as blue flags aren't a factor, and they are not. Side by side for the lead, it's Winrow just with a nose ahead, but the inside line, oh, he just about holds on to the inside line there with a bit of late braking. He did have Harry Senior just putting a speculative nose up the inside as they went into Village, but Winrow carried or covered it off very nicely. Griffiths is now in 3rd place, so it's all shuffled again in the latter half of the top 6. Senior goes to the outside as they go down the Wellington Straight and under the bridge, and once again it's going to be side by side as they go through Brooklands. No surprises there.
Indeed, yeah, rinse and repeat, boys. Winrow back in the lead of the race, Senior trying to go with him. Griffiths up there as well now. Clark just trying to keep an eye on everything that's going on in front of him and trying to see what advantage he could possibly carry with some triple slipstream down here. The rest of them seem to be just along for the ride for the moment, thinking about the long-term gain here. Number 82 of Willoughby making a move past the bright green car of Burtonshaw as they go down the straight. We've then got the 33 and the 9 together. I think the number 9 car of Sturgis didn't quite know that Cordy was alongside him there on the straight. They almost bang wheels as they go across the line. Now Shaw in the 86 has caught up to some of the Sigmax cars now. He's up there with McCall. They've actually passed Cahill, who's dropped a few places in the 91 machine. He's behind a few of them, but it's really good stuff from Shaw and McCall so far, but only 6/10 between the two of them for that class lead, Adam.
Absolutely, still very, very close. Everywhere you look, realistically, there's not much breathing space in any of the classes. I think the battle for second in 135s is getting very interesting. I'm also noticing less panels on the cars, lap on lap in that 135 battle as well.
So they'll be shedding.
Yes, just a little bit. I sympathise. My cat's been doing the same thing at home, but it's certainly a great fight. I look now to Abbey and Farm to see whether or not it's still Winrow in the lead. We'll see whether or not he's managed to hold on this time. He's not been able to break free. He's not done a McCormack, unfortunately for him. He's towing the remainder of the top 8 with him, and it's definitely not Winrow in the lead. It's actually quite a sizable lead as they head into Village for Senior. So Senior is, I'd say, the better part of 3/4 of a second clear. He's not in danger, I don't think, of being overlapped as they go through the Wellington Straight and on to Brooklands. I don't think it's quite the break clear of the rest of the pack that he would like, but he's laying the groundwork for it, certainly, and there's a bit of a gap between Winrow and the battle for third as well, with Griffiths, Clark, Burtonshaw and others all trying to find the same piece of tarmac.
And what's interesting is, although Burtonshaw was being overtaken by Willoughby on that previous lap as they crossed the line, Burtonshaw actually did the fastest lap of the race as well, so it just shows you that even though the guys are doing the fastest lap of the race, they're still potentially being overtaken by a car that's only a bit quicker in that certain bit. But yes, Senior is opening up that gap now ahead of the 24 of Winrow. Clark is now back ahead of Griffiths, Willoughby ahead of Gale, and Burtonshaw is down to 7th. then Barrett in the number 1. He's sort of taken a bit of a backseat here to watch all this. Then you've got the 33, the 36, the 9. That's Cordy, Juro and Sturgis, with Bettinson, Marshall, Racing and Sagar just behind them. Big train of them. I'll keep another eye out for Shaw, who's actually gained another few places there as Shaw on some of the Sigmax cars. He's now up 3 places to 16th, but McCall is going with him here, Adam.
Yes, so it's a few of them trying to dig a tunnel to freedom and secure their places in the upper echelons of the field. There goes the 86, as you say, the 135 class leader. I think that's probably one of the nicest liveries out there, the black and yellow of Simon Shaw. It's a very purposeful looking machine. As you say, Shaw being followed by McCall. James McCall in the 50 has been briefly in the lead in this one. He led for quite a while in the first race, but didn't end up winning the class. He's just holding strong in second place as it stands at the moment in the Sigma 135 category. They continue to file past me. The 135s in particular having massive support here this weekend. Strength in numbers, certainly the name of the game in the 135s. The leading Sigmax cars, the overall leaders, now head towards me once again through Village, and through the loop they go. And it is the number 28 still, Harry Senior. Still clear enough of Winrow in second place to not have to worry, but Winrow still has Clark for company. I think Clark is probably wise enough to try and work with Winrow here rather than against him. We've got 6 minutes left of this race, and so I think that there is still time for them to close back in on Harry Senior if they work together, and it looks as though they're starting to drop the cars behind them as well, so that victory could still be on for either Winrow or Clark.
Yeah, that's definitely it. They just need to think about the long-term gain now of how they can potentially overcome this brilliant pace by Senior. As you said earlier on, Adam, if you can break the slipstream in a Caterham race, you're doing something right. Griffiths and Willoughby right together across the line. Willoughby still just in front, but Griffiths had the slipstream and he's now actually gone around the outside on the way into Copse. So big commitment. Then we look back to the next train that are just coming through Woodcote now, the 33 and the 9. That is Cordy and Sturgis right together. They're side by side now down towards Copse. I think it's Sturgis that's just got in front. There's a move a little bit further behind them as well. A look down the inside from one of the blue cars. Didn't quite catch the number of that one, I'm afraid, but a really serious look down the inside into Copse. He didn't seem to back out of it. So more battling coming your way, mate.
Yeah, there's no half measures when it comes to making a move at Copse, is it? I think it was the 39 car that had a go there, ended up falling off the rest of the pack that they're strewn in. The 39 isn't on the first page of the timing screen, so I'm going to have to reach my TV remote. I don't have
I think that's Peter Marshall.
There you go.
39.
You see, you have a multitude of screens, so you have the luxury to just flit your eyes, which is always nice to have. All the boxes here at Silverstone, though, rather well equipped with the timing screens and plenty of power sockets if you wish to try and have additional screens, as I have in here now. I've got about 3 screens pointed at me, all showing me different things. We do have one car that's rather on its own island. That's number 13 of Merton Wood, and I think he, before the end of the race, may end up being lapped, and that might be an extra obstacle, particularly for the battle for 4th place. Battle for 4th place is now rather separate from the top 3. It is still being led by Griffiths with Burton, Shaw and Willoughby in hot pursuit, but they have rather fallen back from Clark and Winrow, and it is Clark that leads Winrow as they go down the Wellington Straight this time. Now Winrow darts to the outside as they go through Brooklands. I think this is going to be another one of those no work with me moments for Clark, but of course both of them want to be the car that leads the train up towards Harry Senior.
Yeah, that's it. You want to be sort of showing your intentions by, well, leading by example, quite literally, really. You want to be saying, look, this is what we're meant to do, don't overtake me. But it's so difficult to communicate like that with drivers while you're out on track. There's not, well, it's pretty much impossible, let's face it. Now, back on the back of Willoughby is Burton Shaw. Now, Griffiths opened up a little bit of a gap, but down the straight, more slipstreaming is just dragging him back to that pairing of the green and red car. But still nothing doing there for the pair of them. Senior, Winrow, Clark still top three. This is probably the least amount of position changes we've seen in a few laps from these guys.
Yes, it's. I mean, it changes kind of from. I mean, I'm effectively sat at both halves of the circuit, and it does change. We may have some issues here because there is a car spun into the gravel on the exit of Village Loop, but just gets himself back underway. Who was at the wheel of that? It's the number 57. So that's, I think, a little far back in the 135 category, but going for a loop was Simon White, I believe, there, but carries on, manages to get himself out of the gravel from a standstill, which isn't always the easiest thing, but we'll be thanking him for that, because that means we can get to the end of this race in green flag conditions.
We had a moment as well, sorry, for the number 10, Philip Clark. He's just decided that the spectators that we have at Luffield deserve a shower of dust. So he's just had a bit of a moment through there and kicked up a lot of dust their way, but he continued. He didn't really lose too much in the way of positions, just a bit of momentum, I think, of his own sort.
It certainly looks like a bigger gap this time between Senior and the battle for second place. I think Winrow and Clark have certainly fallen out of any opportunity to take the victory here. 90 seconds still on the clock, so Harry Senior will cross the line this time to begin the final lap as he now goes down the Wellington Straight. Winrow is still in second place, but here comes Clark with another great run down the Wellington Straight. Will he go to the outside or the inside? I think he wants the outside, but he's going to have to take the inside or just bide his time a little longer.
Yeah, a bit of mind games going on here. As we saw earlier on in one of the previous races in the Caterhams, you need to just be the car that is in the slipstream onto the final lap, not the car that is giving the slipstream onto the final lap, because that instantly you can just wait behind them until your last opportunity. So at this moment, it's what can Clark do against Winrow. He's actually slipstreaming right up to the back of him now. Winrow goes over to the right to defend on his way into Copse, but nothing doing this time round. I feel that he may go for it sooner rather than later, because let's not forget, not all of these drivers are that experienced in racing in general, so they may not be thinking about, you know, making the slipstream move on the Wellington Straight. They might just try and do it as soon as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. There's differing strategies, differing philosophies was the word I was looking for there, in what to do in the midst of battle in these Caterhams. We are just about to tick over to the 0 second mark, so Senior is on his final lap of the race with 3.1 seconds in hand. He has nothing to worry about, but that isn't stopping him from going quickly. His last lap of 2:26.026 was his personal best of this race, and only a tenth off the fastest lap we've seen in the race from anybody. So Harry Senior is making use of the lack of pressure by going exceedingly fast at the wheel of his car. We've seen the Sigmaxes get quicker and quicker compared to the Sigma 150s, which effectively superseded the Sigmax cars. They're about doing the same speed now, so very impressive stuff from Senior and the gang at the head of the Sigmax class. I believe that's Harry Senior just coming back into my line of sight. It is, and he's got acres between himself and Winrow and Clark now. It's Winrow in second place as they go into Village. Clark is right there with him. Also, the battle for fourth place between Griffiths and Willoughby is still very close indeed. Good run out of the loop from Clark. Almost, I think, had to back out of it just a little bit there to ensure that he had the slipstream on Winrow heading up the Wellington Straight, and I think that might have cost him. He dives to the outside. It's side by side for second place as they head toward Brooklands for the final time. No question over the winner, but second is anyone's guess.
Yes, indeed. Winrow and Clark still side by side around Luffield. Looks like Clark's going to try and get some sort of cutback. But what a brilliant performance that was by the number 28 car. Harry Senior takes the checkered flag and takes the win in the final race of the day here for the Caterhams. And just across the line, what is the gap between the 24 and 25? It goes the way of Winrow by 21 thousandths of a second, 25 thousandths between Griffiths and Willoughby as well, just behind. Burtonshaw has dropped down a number of positions on this final lap. I think he's had a big issue, although he has actually crossed the line there in 8th place, but 2 minutes 32 for him there, so he's lost a bunch of time, but still, what an amazing race at the front. Senior taking the win. Winrow and Clark always entertaining throughout that. Griffiths and Willoughby as well, providing more entertainment. Further back, a look for the number 86, the bright yellow machine of Shaw, and I think just for safe measure, he's going to try and overtake another Sigmax car on the line, the number 50 machine. He might just do it. I don't think he did.
No, Sigmax, that's not a Sigmax car, that's McCall winning the 135 class, yeah.
Yes, sorry, he came past last time round. I thought there'd be no one in front of him. McCall wins it by 32 thousandths of a second. My mistake, apologies.
Two front-running battles in both classes coming down to just a few hundredths of a second. It's
unbelievable.
Further evidence of what we all know about Caterham racing. So great to see McCall get that victory. It was rather hard earned. He was up and down the top 3, top 4 positions quite a lot in the first few laps of the race, and bided his time in P2 for quite a while there, and managed to launch the attack on the very final lap, seemingly at the very final corner.
We've just had an amazing train cross the line for 30th place down, so meagre wins by a very meagre margin in the 79 car, out of that battle anyway. He finishes 30th, and then the cars all the way down to 36th place. We're only covered by about 2 seconds for 6 of them. 7 of them, sorry.
It's interesting, isn't it? I write little notes as the race goes on, with a view to chatting to the drivers, a little aid memoir for the interview at the end of the race. And in the class battle, so in the 135s, I wrote down rare for Caterhams for the positions not to change. Well, I wrote that before the final lap, and I goodness me. It had been, the top 3 had been, 'twas ever thus throughout the race, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Just on the last lap.
Phenomenal stuff all the way through from those guys, and of course, Alan will have have at least one of the drivers, I imagine, in a few minutes' time to have a quick chat.
I've sort of worked out this jumping out and stopping people. I've realised that the streaming people only seem to stop the winner. So if I can try and catch hold of James McCall as well, that would be quite nice to hear about that tale of biding time throughout the race.
Yeah, definitely. There was a wonderful bit of mind games going on there. As I mentioned to you before, you don't want to go on to the final lap being the car in front. You want to be the car behind, because you are the one that's got the decision to make then. Where do you hang back, and where do you make the inevitable move down the straight when you get the slipstream? It's a beautiful position to be in, really. As the cars make their way now into the pit lane, they'll be with you in just a moment, Alan.
So they're going to pull Harry to the right, and he comes to a stop. So streaming will chat to Harry, but I need to keep an eye out for number 50, don't I? The winner of the 135s.
Well, welcome back everybody down to Winners Row, and it has a very familiar feeling, doesn't it, from race 1. Yet again, this man, Harry, you can leave your balaclava on if you like. I must stop meeting you like this, because people are going to start talking. Another win in that one. Very difficult the first half. A tale of 2 races for you, wasn't it, really? First half, a lot of pressure. Second half, you managed to get away a bit.
Yeah. No, first half was flat out, full on, 4 of us just going at it. And then, I don't really know. I don't even really remember what happened. I just remember looking in my mirror and starting to build a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
I guess they were just squabbling among each other.
Yeah, certainly Stephen and Ben they're just battling, trying to get past so they can make and try and catch you up. They were costing themselves time, and it was allowing you to run away.
And then they caught a back marker as well at one point, so just in the wrong place going through Vale. So, but a good few seconds lead. Definitely, it means more than winning just by a 1/10 of a second. It's more complete,
A rarity, isn't it? It's not often. I mean, 3 seconds might not sound a lot, but it's an eternity in these cars, isn't it?
Caterham racing, the standard is a 1/10 or less to win by. But so it feels great to win by a large margin like that.
Harry, congratulations. Could you just stay here, because I know the circuit commentator wants to grab a word of you as well, if that's all right. Whilst we're here, we're going to grab a quick word with James McCall as well. He's your 135 class winner. Incredible stuff. In fact, he did it bang on the line, didn't he? How exciting was that? We'll grab a quick word with him. very, very shortly. Incredible racing for the Caterhams. We've seen it all day long. In fact, we see it every time we come to a track with the Caterhams. I'm a bit sad that that's actually it for the weekend for the Caterham graduates. So James McCall won it on the absolute destiny from Simon Shaw. Wow, it was very, very close. Stay with me because I'm going to grab James very, very shortly for a very quick word. Here he comes. James, you've got to do all the media duty bits and bobs, haven't you? But you know, blimey, you didn't have to cut that one fine and leave it late, did you? Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't mean to leave it that tight. I didn't mean to leave it. I had 10 laps to figure out exactly where I was going to be quicker, and by sitting behind him, I was able to save the tyres a little bit. I had a little bit more left at the end. I pretty much planned exactly where I was going to get him. There was a lot of litter on the track around that area, which made it a bit more tricky.
It was not me, I promise. My litter goes in the bin.
But yeah, it was pretty. I don't know what the timing said, but it looked quite tight on the line. I wasn't
Incredible,
sure.
0.002 of a second or something crazy like that. It was very tight. Congratulations, James. You
Thank you
picked
very
up the class win. There you go, fantastic stuff. Again, congratulations to Harry Senior. He's made it a pair of wins. James McCall won it on the line in the 135 class. And guess what's coming up next? Yes, we have a 24-hour race coming up, the C1s. I think we might head off to a little break, but I'm going to hand back to the commentator to tell you what's going to happen next.
Cooled it down, was it better?
Yeah, we during testing we were going about.
Again, very, very soon.